Rebuild World Chapter 162 Testing Luck. The people who just fought Akira near the hangar were talking to each other through their communication devices. Did he run? No, a temporary retreat? What should we do? Should we chase after him? The guy with the blade asked, but the guy with the heavy augmented suit stopped him. No. It would be bad if he's planning to divide us into smaller groups. Not to mention, I'm using a heavy augmented suit. You might be able to chase him, but I don't believe that's the case for me. The guy that was riddled with DVTS minigun's bullet and fell down from the floor was still lying on the ground. His augmented suit had injected his body with battle stimulants to keep his body and mind ready to fight. He then pushed himself up while still dazed. Damn it, the heck is wrong with that boy? He's not normal. If I'm not mistaken, that face. He's one of the guys that the boss was planning to take control of. Judging from how he accurately sniped us while we were inside the hangar, he must be carrying a pretty high-quality information-gathering device. I bet his other equipments are more or less of the same quality, and his skill must be good enough to match them too. A call suddenly reached them. It was from those guys inside the hangar. How's the situation over there? We're fighting one boy, I think it's that Akira. Although we were able to repel him, we weren't able to kill him. We have one man injured here. Hey, can you keep on going? Of course. This much of an injury is not enough to drive me away from the battle, you know? The injured guy replied in a high spirit, but he then followed up with a calm voice. But it's also true that boy is indeed strong. I was only able to survive since we're ganging up on him. To be honest, I don't want to fight him in a one-on-one fight. He's way more than I can handle. So what to do? Want to let the boss know? The other guys did not reply. They had their own pride and reputation to uphold too. Although Rogel did tell them to ask for help if they encounter enemies whom they could not handle. If they asked for help just because they could not handle a single young boy, people would definitely question their abilities. But if they were caught off guard and got Alna killed, it would be a huge disaster for them. After all, Akira almost got Alna during the previous surprise attack. The guy inside the hangar understood that all of them were at a loss on what to do next, so he then said, well, for now let's group up. We can decide whether to report it to the boss or not later. First of all, we need to treat anyone injured and refresh our ammo reserve. Unlike the hunters who fought in the wasteland with limited ammo and supply, these guys were fighting in their own base. So they did not equip their rifles with a high-quality extended magazine. After all, they could always refresh their reserve in their base. So rather than using an extended magazine that did not increase their firepower at all, it was far cheaper to be using their usual magazines. That was also true for their energy packs too. They also had used a considerable amount of bullets to fight back Akira just now. So they decided to return back to the hangar to refresh their supplies. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Katsuya was fighting the Horia's people who were invading the mansion. Just like in Akira's case, Rogel had paid a lot of money to Viola in order to be able to control him too. Katsuya had the skill and the equipment to make that piece of information worth the money. He did not have any trouble fighting back the Horias, as in a matter of fact, it was a rather one-sided fight. The guy accompanying Katsuya, who also doubled as his observer, was amazed to see Katsuya's skill from up close. This boy is pretty strong for just a young hunter. No wonder the boss wanted to be able to control him. But if he's this strong, then why would he go so far just for that girl? If he only accepted that deal to be able to run away from the boss, he could have escaped once the boss left him alone. But since he's not even trying to do that here, it means that he's really fighting for that girl. I really can't understand him at all. But well, different people have different tastes in women, so I guess I'm in no place to say anything about that. It's all good and well as long as he's obeying us. It's great to be able to take it easy. After Katsuya had finished all the Horia's men in that area, he just stood there with a grim expression. It was not like Horia's men were being hostile to him. Katsuya was threatened by Rogelt and had no other choice but to follow his orders. Horias who came invading the mansion were there to kill other people right from the start, so it would be their own fault if they got killed instead. Even if Katsuya told himself so, it did not lighten his feeling of guilt at all. Countless reinforcement requests from the other Izant family's soldiers reached the Observer's information terminal. The battle in the mansion had been going on for some time now. With all the corpses already lying around the mansion, the number of people fighting in that area should have been reduced by that much too. But with the Izant family's men who were outside the base returning back to their base, they were also bringing along Horia's soldiers that were chasing them. Using his powered suit, Rogold was fighting the enemies outside the base. If he spotted any tanks, he would prioritize taking them out first. While at the same time, it was impossible for him to hold back the enemies that were invading from the other parts of the fences that had been torn down. The area was filled with Izant family and Horia's soldiers as well as the former hunters, whom they paid to fight for their causes, fighting against each other. The observer thought for a bit before he gave an order to the other guys near him. Good grief. I'll take that boy to the east side of the mansion, you guys go to the west side. You're going alone? Are you sure? This boy doesn't need a bodyguard, you know? I can just let this boy take the front while I'm just observing him from behind. This damn guy taking it easy like that. It's one of those special privileges I get for being this boy's observer. Yeah. He jokingly laughed. Katsuya sent a glare at him. They immediately went to the west side of the mansion, leaving Katsuya and his observer behind. The observer guy then said to Katsuya, "Hey, get a move on." "I know." Katsuya replied brusquely and followed the other people who went before him. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Akira was gathering his focus in one of the rooms inside the mansion. Alpha was going to start rewriting Akira's augmented suit's control software. They had already finished their preparations. Since it was impossible to use his CWH anti-material rifle without his augmented suit, Akira just left it on the floor with the other things that he could not use without the help of his augmented suit. He was only carrying H and A2D assault rifles that he could use just fine without his augmented suit and held one each on his right and left hand. The entrance to the room was barricaded. The lamp in the room was already destroyed during the fight, so the room was pitch black. There were corpses scattered around on the floor. And if he gathered his focus, he could hear gunshots echoing. The mansion was right in the middle of the war zone of that battle, and Akira was planning to deactivate his augmented suit in that room. Alpha made the final confirmation to Akira. "I'll start updating the control software of your augmented suit. You won't be able to use your augmented suit at all while I'm doing that. There's quite a large portion of the software that I need to rewrite, so once I start, even if you try to reboot the augmented suit because something came up, it'll take about 1 minute until you can use your augmented suit again. So are you ready?" "Yeah, you can start." Akira could feel his augmented suit suddenly turn slightly heavier. With his augmented suit completely turned off, it did not provide any support to him at all. If someone attacked him in that situation, he would have to fight back with his own power. But the enemies that he just faced were able to tank a direct shot from his CWH anti-material rifle, and was able to survive a barrage from his DVTS minigun. If he encountered them right now, it would be game over for Akira. So it was, in a sense, a test for his luck. Alpha was still monitoring the surroundings for enemies. Akira's job there was to keep himself hidden, and made sure that he could quickly react if something were to happen. In that pitch-black room, Akira could hear the sound of gunshots, screams and footsteps coming from the floor below and the ceiling above him. As he breathed deeply, he felt like the world was strangely running in slow motion. Akira kept telling himself to keep his calm, and not to focus too much on the sounds coming from his surroundings to make sure that it would not dull his focus. That was when he said, "By the way, it's thanks to you that I can see clearly in the dark like this, but I wonder how about the other guys?" Well, they would be able to see just fine too if they are using high-class night vision. Although it won't be as good as my support, they should be able to see enough as not to lower their fighting ability. Akira looked at the dead corpses lying on the floor. Some of them were indeed equipped with such night vision, but most of them were not using anything like that. You're right, they do, although it's not all of them. That kind of thing is pretty expensive, right? It depends on its quality. Night vision is also a type of information gathering device. Some of them might be using other kinds of information besides optical information to increase the accuracy of the imaging process. There are mass-produced night visions for hunters who want to explore dark ruins. I'm sure that kind of night vision equipment is relatively cheap. But they're still pretty expensive, right? I don't know about the people of this base and those who are attacking this place, but since they have this kind of equipment, they must be pretty rich, right? Not to mention they have those powerful soldiers in those powered suits too. The amount of money that I'm earning must be nothing to them. The 500 million orum that Akira received from that one request in Mihazono ruin was not a small amount of money. But that was not even close to enough to hire those powerful men and buy equipment for all those soldiers, not to mention those powered suits too. Akira could not even imagine how much money he would need for all of those things. Akira basically picked a fight against someone with enough power and money to be able to pay for all of those things. He did not regret it at all, but it was still rather discouraging when he thought about it. Alpha lightly smiled. Well, I don't think it's the right thing to do to compare how much one man can earn to how much an organization can earn though, but it might be a good idea to aspire to earn that much too. It won't be strange for a first-class hunter to be earning around that much, you know? So let's keep working hard. First-rate hunters, huh? I do plan to work hard, but I have no idea how long it would take until I can be earning that much money. Akira replied back rather ironically after he was reminded of his current situation. But Alpha smiled at him and told him that it was not necessarily correct. Oh my, it might be sooner than you think, you know? You only got 300 orum in your first exploration and now you're already earning 500 million orum for one request after all. If you keep this up, you'll be able to easily earn more than 10 billion orum by next year. And once you get there, you'll be one of those big earners. Alpha once told him that anything less than 10 billion orum was nothing than a small amount of money. Of course, Akira understood that such a comparison did not make any sense at all. Akira smiled as he thought that once it reached that amount of money, even Alpha would not call that a small amount. You're right, I guess I'll keep working hard until I can reach that point, huh? If that was enough to discourage him, he would not be able to finish Alpha's request to him. Akira thought so as he picked himself up. Suddenly Akira's expression turned grim. Alpha was also making a serious face. Akira, get yourself ready. Yeah, I know. There were already some people passing through in front of the entrance to that room. When that happened, Akira would hold his breath to hide himself. But this time some of them were trying to break into that room. Whether they were only trying to save their friends or search and kill their enemies, either way they were Akira's enemies. After all, he was neither a part of Izant family nor Horia's. Well, I guess it's too much to expect a respite with my luck, huh? Buy as much time as you can. I'll also hurry up and finish rewriting the control device of your augmented suit. But don't expect too much. I think it'll still take some time until you can reboot your augmented suit, even if I do so. Roger that. Akira aimed both rifles on his hands at the barricaded door. He then gathered his focus. The moment the door was blown open, Akira immediately started shooting. A few guys stormed into the room. But Akira did not have enough firepower to deal fatal injuries on those people. Amidst that confusion, Akira was desperately fighting back those guys. Akira compressed his time perception to its limit. Thanks to Alpha's support, he could clearly see the trajectory of the enemy's bullets as he did his best to evade them. Akira could feel the big difference in his movement without his augmented suit. From his perspective, he was moving so slowly as if his body had lost its mobility. With that difference in the moving speed without his augmented suit, Akira put most of his effort into making up for that difference. Akira was evading the incoming bullets while aiming his rifles at the enemies. Alpha had given him the orders in which enemy he should shoot and how he would do that. He tried his best to follow that order in spite of his current limits. When he was not fast enough to follow that order, he paid that failure with a bullet in his body. But thanks to the coat he took off and set in the maximum output beforehand, Akira was able to withstand a few direct shots. But of course his energy reserve had to pay for that. He could only keep that up for a few minutes even without taking any bullets. If Akira stopped moving there, he would only be able to keep that force field armor up for 2 seconds. Every time bullets flew out from his rifles, he could feel kickbacks assaulting his arms. Depending on the armors that his enemies were using, Akira might not even have enough firepower to pierce their armors. Both of Akira's rifles were loaded with powerful bullets that he could control well without his augmented suit, but still, the kickback was enough to damage his arms. He was only able to keep that up because the medicines that he took beforehand kept healing his damaged arms. Akira bravely jumped the gaps in between his enemies and used the enemy in front of him as a shield while he aimed at another person. The guy that he shot lost his balance. Akira used that opening to quickly thrust the rifle on his right hand at that guy's throat and pulled the trigger while he used the rifle in his left hand to shoot the other enemy behind him. The guy in front of him lost consciousness from that point-blank shot, so Akira kicked him away and aimed both of his rifles at the other guys. The barrage from Akira was able to break their balance as they fell on the ground and sprayed bullets randomly inside that room. The combination of Akira's skill and Alpha's command was barely able to secure a victory over those guys. The people that he just defeated were lying on the floor both inside the room and the hallway outside the entrance to the room. But most of them were not dead, they were only rendered unconscious. Once everything was done, Akira then fell on his knees. Alpha shouted at Akira, pulling his consciousness together right when he was about to faint. "Hurry up, get on your feet. Get some medicines first, quickly." Okay. The exchange did not even last a minute, but Akira had squeezed all of his physical and mental strength in that exchange. Akira's movement was severely dulled as he was reaching for his medicine inside his coat, and he was still a bit dazed. But strangely enough, he could not get his medicines, and when he looked at his arm, he found that some of his fingers were bent in an unnatural way. Akira smiled wryly and used his still functional fingers to take out his medicines and swallowed them while gritting his teeth against the pain assaulting his body. His broken fingers were slowly returning back to their original shapes in a rather forceful manner. He then slowly pushed himself back up. Some of them are still alive, so you need to make sure that they're really dead. Hurry up. If they get up, you would have to go through that fight again. That wasn't enough to kill them, huh? Although these bullets are usable without an augmented suit, they are powerful, and I shot them from a point-blank range, you know? These guys are pretty strong. Remember that some of them even survived a direct shot from a CWH anti-material rifle. Aren't you glad that these guys are weaker than that guy? As Akira picked up his rifles, an indicator could be seen from his vision telling him which one he should kill first. So he walked toward the guy with the highest priority. But still, I feel like my bad luck is making me fight incessantly against stronger enemies, you know? Those guys that I fought when I went to save Cheryl were nowhere near these guys. Is it that they were especially weak? To be honest, I think it's way too late for you to be complaining about your own bad luck. You have a point there. Alpha was giving a rather conflicted smile at Akira, so he replied back with a bitter smile. Just like the other guy that Akira shot down, the guy who was lying on the ground returned back to his senses thanks to his augmented suit that injected him with multiple battle stimulants. But when he looked around to confirm his current situation, he already found Akira standing in front of him with a rifle extended straight to his head. Akira used both of his arms to keep his rifle stable when he pulled the trigger. The guy was frozen still as a bullet blew off his head and instantly killed him. Akira immediately moved to the next person on his priority list and killed them without hesitation. From their point of view, it could be said that they were more unlucky than Akira to die in that place. So then how's my augmented suit? Is it not ready yet? I'm trying my best here, but it'll still take some time. I see. It's taking too long. It might be a good idea to get out of here first, out of the base. It's safer outside, right? Well, I'm pretty sure that it's quite safe if you go that far. But with your bad luck, I feel like you'll encounter that black-powered suit before long, you know? That's why I didn't tell you to do that. Although, it's fully possible for him to appear in front of us even if we stay here. Akira looked super annoyed and said, "That's true. Rather than fighting that black-powered suit with my augmented suit, I would gladly fight the guys inside the mansion, even if it means that I don't have the support from my augmented suit." Akira remembered how the black-powered suit was moving around the battlefield when he looked at it from the rooftop of the mansion. A powered suit was a powerful piece of equipment. It was not something that one would fight with normal equipment. Not to mention that powered suit was stronger than a common powered suit. Of course, he was questioning why these people had that kind of powered suit in their base. But now that it was there, it was not like he could do anything about it. He just blamed it on his bad luck and stopped worrying about it anymore. Akira reloaded new magazines to his rifle and replaced the energy pack in his coat with new ones. He then took some medicines and hid himself in one corner of the room. He was breathing silently while feeling the nanomachines from the medicines spread through his body. He calmly let his body and mind take a rest while waiting for Alpha to finish rewriting the software in his augmented suit. But that resting time was immediately cut short. Not because Alpha finished, but because another enemy appeared. Akira. Get out of the room and try to shoot him. It would be bad if you let him get near you. Akira jumped out of the room with rifles in both of his hands. He quickly aimed at the guy who was on the other end of the hallway. When Akira saw who that was, he could not help but frown. Why is that guy in this place? Just keep shooting. Don't get in his range no matter what. Akira immediately pulled the triggers of his rifles, releasing a barrage against that guy. That guy immediately crouched his body and used a big-sized blade to shield himself from the bullets. The bullets generated sparks when they hit his blade. That is the guy who tried to cut my leg, right? Is he here chasing after me? Don't stop shooting. You have no winning chance against him if you fight him up close without your augmented suit. Though unfortunately, your bullets won't be able to pierce through his armor. But at least it's enough to slow him down. So hold him back with bullets. Actually, some of Akira's bullets passed through the blade and hit that guy's body, but that guy kept his calm and firmed his footing. Although he could not push forward against the incoming bullets, it did not seem that he was about to run away either. Akira frowned. Is that guy waiting for me to run out of ammo? Likely so, but you can't stop shooting, okay? If you slow down even for a bit, he will immediately close the distance. Without your augmented suit, it's impossible for you to run away from him. So just keep on shooting for now to buy some time. So either I run out of ammo first or you finish rewriting my augmented suit software first, huh? Basically, it's another test for my luck, huh? It won't even be a test of luck if you don't properly aim at him. Keep your focus on shooting at him and don't show any openings. I know. Akira desperately kept on shooting at that guy. He deliberately aimed at the points that would easily break that guy's balance as he kept that guy from coming any closer. If he was using a normal magazine, he would have already run out of ammo by now, but thanks to the expensive extended magazine that he was using, he could somehow survive that long. As he was thinking how lucky he was for preparing those beforehand, he noticed another issue that he was facing. My arms. Can they hold out until I run out of ammo? The kickbacks were damaging both of his arms, while the medicines that he took beforehand were continuously healing them. He made his resolve and firmly held his rifles with both of his arms. That resolve was Akira's lifeline there. But of course, that did not help his arms at all, otherwise, he would not even need his augmented suit. He could not use his CWH anti-material rifle or his DVTS minigun without his augmented suit. Of course, that was not the case if he was a superhuman, but Akira was not one. If other people would even suspect me of trying to be a superhuman, it means that I should have more strength than a normal human. So please hold out. Akira wished for good luck as he held down the triggers. It was only a matter of time before the result of his wish came out. The guy who was hiding behind his blade from Akira's bullets confirmed that he had the upper hand and smiled. That guy, Torald, was indeed waiting for Akira to run out of ammo just like Akira had guessed. Torald actually did not come there for Akira. After Akira retreated, he discussed with his friends what to do next. It would be hard for them to fight someone as strong as Akira while protecting Alna. But if they asked for extra help, it would hurt their reputations. As such, they wanted to finish Akira by themselves without involving their boss if it was possible. They could just make a deal with the guy observing Katsuya to bring Katsuya somewhere close by and let him fight Akira. Since Katsuya did not want Alna dead, he would give his best to fight Akira too. Torald and his friends decided to let Katsuya take on the dangerous job while they could just protect Alna in safety. That way, they would be able to deal with Akira without much trouble. So then Torald decided to move alone to find and make a deal with Katsuya's observer. The reason why he would go that far was to make sure that it would not leak. After all, his boss would know if he used the wireless communication. And even if Rogold asked him why he went alone, he could use chasing Akira as an excuse. Torald thought so as he went alone into the mansion. That was when he encountered Akira by pure chance. He used his blade as a shield from the barrage instinctively. After all, his blade should be able to hold a few shots even from a CWH anti-material rifle. He was originally planning to temporarily retreat once Akira ran out of ammo, but the impact from the incoming bullets made him change his decision. Too light. What's with this sudden drop of firepower? Toralt glanced at Akira. That's assault rifle? Why is he using that? Did he run out of ammo for his big guns? That level of firepower was barely able to inflict him any damage even if he was to take them head-on. Such leeway allowed Toralt to check on Akira. Akira was shooting at him while gritting his teeth and looking very nervous. His arms were shaking while supporting the guns in both hands. Looking at that, Toralt lightly smiled. I see now, is it some kind of trouble with his augmented suit? I bet he can't use his big guns even if he wants to, right? From the impact of the bullets and type of the rifle that Akira was using, Toralt could make a guess on how much kickback Akira was resisting. If Akira was using an augmented suit, that level of kickback would not even affect him at all. So looking at Akira, Toralt could make a guess that Akira's augmented suit was not functional. Toralt smiled because of his sudden good luck. Lucky. If I can kill that guy, it'll give a good boost to my reputation. I'm sure that no one would know even if I kill him while he has no functional augmented suit. So then what's the next plan? He's a little too far. If it's only this much, I can just resolve myself and take some bullets head-on while closing into him, so should I do that? No, wait, I'm okay right now because I'm using my blade to shield myself from the bullets. Without it, if I get shot on my legs or arms, it would definitely take away my mobility. Of course it won't kill me, but he might use that opening to run away. I need to get closer first or at least wait until he runs out of ammo. Even if he's using an extended magazine, it's only a matter of time before he runs out of ammo if he's shooting at me like that. If he loses his balance before he runs out of ammo, I can just use that opening to jump on him. Toralt was slowly closing into Akira, while still using his blade as a shield. With the help of his augmented suit, he had a longer swing range than normal if he jumped at Akira before slashing down. He could easily trim a few meters between them. It was only a matter of time before Toralt thought that he was close enough to Akira. Akira kept shooting at Toralt, who was slowly closing in. But he could not step back to open up some distance between them. He had no leeway to put his power on something else other than holding his rifles. If he wavered even for a bit, he felt like his opponent would immediately jump on him. Then finally Akira's assault rifle ran out of ammo. Akira, who noticed that, was rather flustered. As the force of the kickback from his rifle was gone, he immediately lost his balance, and the kickback from his A2D rifle broke his balance even more. Akira could see Toralt suddenly close the distance between them. The compressed time perception allowed Akira's eyes to follow Toralt's movement. But his body was nowhere fast enough to react to it. He could see Toralt had his pale blue blade raised up, ready to split him into two. With its length, that blade would hit the ceiling first before hitting him, but Akira knew very well that it would hardly hinder that sharp blade. Without his augmented suit, Akira had no method to evade the incoming blade. Akira understood that the blade would cut him into two in the next moment. The time stretched into infinity as if it was completely stopped. In that frozen world, Akira and Toralt looked at each other's eyes. Toralt was sure of his victory, while Akira already accepted his defeat. But in the next moment, that assumption was completely flipped over. As Toralt swiftly swung his sharp blade down through the ceiling and right at Akira, Akira slid his body to the side even faster than that and evaded the blade. At the same time, Akira used the momentum that he had from evading that blade to spin, and delivered a kick to Toralt's head. The 350 million Orum augmented suit squeezed more than its original power due to Alpha's control. Toralt received that kick head-on, like literally on his head. His body was blown straight to the wall. His body was even slightly planted into the wall from the impact and created a big crater on the wall. He was still confused by that sudden turn of events, and in that confused state, the last thing he saw was Akira diving through the air with both legs aimed at his body. Both of Akira's legs landed straight on Toralt's head, leaving a big splatter on the wall. Toralt's life was blown to pieces together with the wall behind him. After he landed, Akira still looked flabbergasted. But when he saw Alpha nodding in satisfaction, he returned back to himself. But he was still confused since he could not process what just happened. The augmented suit is pretty strong, and the improvised control software is pretty accurate too. HM. Wait for a sec. What is it? If you have any questions, let's get yourself ready first. You need to get your rifles and other equipment you left behind in that room. Then you should treat both of your arms too. Alright. Akira was still confused, but he knew that he needed to move. He hurriedly returned back to the room where he left his equipment just like he was told to, and picked up all of his equipment that he had left on the floor. He then used medicines to heal as much as he could. After he did all of that, he was mostly calmed down. Alpha, when exactly did you finish rewriting the control program? Around when you were in the middle of shooting at that guy. Akira frowned. Thought so. You should have told me, you know. I thought I was going to die there. But Alpha smiled at him as if it did not bother her at all and replied casually. It's not like I did that to bully you, you know. If I had told you, the enemy might have been able to guess it from the change of your behavior. That was why I didn't tell you. Thanks to that, we were able to catch him off guard and finally kill him, right? So I think it was the right decision not to tell you back there. Akira understood Alpha's argument, but that was not enough to make him accept it. But at the same time, he did not have any other ideas on how to get out of that situation. Not to mention that his hardship just now was the result of his selfishness, so he was just reaping what he had sown. That thought made Akira give a conflicted look, but his anger toward himself immediately changed his expression. Alpha smiled and tried to cheer Akira. Thanks to the time that you bought there, I was able to make a good improvisation on the control device. With this, not only can I give you support to increase your fighting power, I can help you calibrate your aim too. The next time you try to snipe at that pickpocket, you'll be able to accurately snipe at her as long as there's no disruption. So cheer up, okay? Akira looked at Alpha, who apologetically smiled at him, so he returned with a light smile and decided to forget about that for now. You're right. I guess it means that it was worth the risk, huh? Alright then, let's go. As Akira pulled himself together and left the room, Alpha pointed at the blade lying on the ground. Akira, let's take that. It was Toralt's blade that was on the ground not too far from Akira. It had lost its pale blue light and did not seem that sharp any longer. That? Is it still usable? Yeah. Performance-wise and security-wise, it's still functional. You can use it for melee combat. Just leave it to me. Is that so? Alright then. Akira picked up that blade. He also picked up the part that fixed the blade from Toralt's body. After that, Alpha told Akira to connect his information terminal to that blade. Is there any meaning in doing this? I'm rewriting its control device just like what I did to your augmented suit. It's okay to take it off now. Let's equip that thing to fix the blade on your body before we go. Akira then equipped the blade. With this, he had an AAH assault rifle, A2D assault rifle, CWH anti-material rifle, DVTS minigun, A4WM automatic grenade launcher, and foldable blade with him. He was basically fully armed. He would not have been able to move at all or even crushed under their weight if it was not for his augmented suit. I feel like I'm carrying too many weapons. Akira smiled wryly. Alpha then mischievously said, if it's getting in the way, you can discard some of them. You know? No thanks. Akira replied back firmly and started running. Rebuild World Chapter 163 Broken Promise. One of the guards, who were guarding Alna in the hangar, suddenly frowned and said, Toralt got killed. All the other guards near him could not help but react to that. He's dead. It's Toralt we're talking about here? Are you sure? Are you sure you didn't just lose connection because of jamming smoke, or something else? The person who said that Toralt was dead shook his head. His vital sign has flatlined. Judging from the last information sent across, although it's only just a guess, he might have gotten his head crushed. The vital sign check is done through the augmented suit and is also sent through it. I wonder if he took on a warhead head-on or something. Was it a surprise attack? No, he's too smart to get caught off guard. It should be near impossible to launch a sneak attack on him. And if he was in a pretty bad situation, he should have run or at least called for help. Yeah, that's exactly why we sent him alone. But to think that he got killed even before he could call for help like this. Their faces turned pale. Although they could not go as far as to say for sure that Akira was the one who killed Torald, most of them thought that was the case. Then the guy who was responsible for leading them said, "We have no other choice here. I'll ask the boss for help. You guys are okay with that, right?" No one there objected. On the other side of the mansion, the guy who was responsible for watching Katsuya called Rogold. "Yes, boss, it's me. Yes, this brat is pretty useful. Those small fries are no match for him. So I just need to take him to the hangar. Right? No, the other way?" "I see. Roger that." That guy closed the call with Rogold and yelled at Katsuya, "Hey! Don't just stand there. Let's go to the next place." Did something happen in the hangar? Katsuya casually tried to gather more information, but the guy raised his voice even higher. "It's none of your business. You just need to do what I say." "All right," Katsuya replied without even trying to hide his displeasure and followed that man. The battle inside the mansion was still going on. The interior of the mansion was already scattered with corpses. The difference of the skill, equipment, and luck between the people who were fighting there led them to two different outcomes. Those who had worse equipment or lacked skill, or did not have enough luck, were all turned into cold corpses scattered around inside the mansion. The ones who were still left alive inside the mansion were those who had survived that natural selection. As such, even Katsuya had a hard time fighting against them. The guy who was responsible for keeping Katsuya under his watch kept yelling at Katsuya, "Put your back into it. If you don't work hard enough, there's no meaning in keeping that girl hostage, you know?" Katsuya still had his displeased face on him as he put himself out a bit more, but the more he moved forward, the more dangerous his position was. But thanks to that, he could take out his enemies faster. Seeing that, the other guy relaxed and said to him, "You should have done that right from the start. You damn brat." Katsuya had a pained look on his face as he listened to the other guy yelling at him. But even so, he still gave his best fighting there. One of his enemies suddenly contacted someone from behind who sent a warhead straight at Katsuya. Katsuya was able to evade it as it flew past behind him and blew up next to the guy who was keeping watch on him. Although it only injured him lightly, it really scared him. He then sacredly and flusteredly ordered Katsuya, "Hey, come back here. We're retreating for a bit." That guy was telling Katsuya to return to be his shield. Seeing how Katsuya hurriedly returned back to him, his only thoughts were that he would be safe since he had someone strong next to him, and became careless in being wary of Katsuya. But Katsuya suddenly aimed his rifle at that guy's head. Of course, that guy was so dumbfounded, but the bullet that landed on his face, right at the next moment, turned his face into an unrecognizable mess. Katsuya then shot some bullets to suppress the enemies that he was having a hard time fighting against just now and hurriedly left that place. Judging from the disruption in my information gathering device after that warhead exploded, it must have some kind of jamming smoke inside it too. With this, no signal should be able to reach this place. I can use this opportunity to make them think that he was killed by the enemies. Or at least, it should buy me some time before someone notices. After he left that place, Katsuya ran as fast as he could towards the hangar. Judging from that conversation, although it's only my guess, Alna must be in the hangar. And she must be under attack too. If I don't go and rescue her now, I might be too late. Katsuya only obeyed Rogold's men, thinking that by doing so, he would eventually find a window that he could use to rescue Alna. And he believed that this was his only chance. Katsuya already knew where the hangar was. Back then, when he asked the other guys with him about Rogold's powered suit, they happily told him all kinds of information about that powered suit, including the hangar where it was stationed. He originally asked that question trying to figure out the weakness of that powered suit, but it turned out that it was also useful for something else too. "Just wait there. I'll definitely save you." Katsuya used the full power of his augmented suit to run as fast as he could. When he guessed who might be attacking Alna, he could not help but worry. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Akira was also running towards the hangar, but at that time he was still outside the mansion. He was frowning because of the fatigue. Alpha, who was floating next to him, noticed it and asked him, "Akira, the hangar is just ahead, but are you okay?" "My both arms still feel a bit weird. Other than that, I'm also having a slight headache." Leaving your arms aside, that headache must be because you overuse the time compression. Try your best not to faint, okay? Akira smiled bitterly. I know. If I faint, it'll cut off your support, right? But still, my arms are okay, huh? I thought that I don't feel any pain because of the painkillers and they're actually still injured right now while the medicines that I took are trying to fix them. Is that the reason why I'm feeling this weird sensation? Alpha lightly smiled. For your arms, well, even if they get torn off, I can still move them by controlling your augmented suit, so it should be alright. That's why it's not that important right now. Yikes, that doesn't sound okay at all. Can we take a short rest? Akira was joking when he said that, but Alpha just smiled and stared back at him without saying anything. So he said while smiling bitterly, I get it already, you want to tell me that if I'm going to complain, I might as well withdraw from this place, right? But with all that I've faced until now, and since you can control my augmented suit to some extent, it would be a waste to leave now. So help me out, I'll give my best to finish this as soon as possible and I'll go straight back home after that. In that case, let's hurry up. It'll put your body in some stress though, so endure it. Okay? Alright. Alpha controlled Akira's augmented suit to force him to run faster. Akira could feel slight pain coming from both of his arms. With the current stress, his arms were trapped in the cycle of healing from the medicines and damage from the stress as he was blazing through the wasteland. She did not tell Akira to stop nor to take a rest at all. It was all for the sake of encouraging him to withdraw from that place instead of going for Alna. Although they had different motivations, both Akira and Alpha had the same goal, to kill Alna as fast as possible. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The guards inside the hangar quickly noticed Akira, with the help of their information-gathering devices. Oh, here he comes. This signal must be from that brat. Get into your post. Don't worry about ammo. We need to hold out until the boss is here. The guards inside the hangar started setting up their portable walls. They bunkered themselves between the portable walls and the hangar's walls in anticipation of the enemy's attack. The one with the heavy augmented suit stood guard outside the walls, while the rest were taking cover inside the walls. All of them readied their weapons in the direction of the incoming signal. They were only able to get the rough location of Akira. The mini information gathering device that they used had a small range, not to mention, they spread those around to avoid a surprise attack. How long before the boss arrives? He said that he'll come once he's done with the tanks and the other powered suits. Why the heck is even Horius here too? Do they always have that much money to spend? Hell if I know. Their conversation was suddenly cut short by a huge explosion that left a big hole in the hangar's wall. It was blown off by countless grenades that came from the outside. All of the guards inside the hangar immediately turned toward the direction of that explosion. The guy with the heavy augmented suit did not spend any second. He quickly released a barrage in that direction with his minigun, while the other guys who were hiding behind the walls kept shooting the incoming grenades down through the gaps between the walls. Explosions and gunshot immediately filled the hangar. That frenzied shooting happened for about 10 seconds. The bullets and the explosions only served to widen the hole on the wall until they stopped. Now that they had calmed down, the guards inside the hangar started to nervously check for the location of their enemy. But they did not find any corpse around the hole nor in the direction of the hole. Right at the next moment, a loud explosion echoed through the hangar. The guy with the heavy augmented suit found his minigun blown off to pieces. He shuddered and could not help but to lower his guard for a sec there. But Akira did not let that slide. He used that small opening to jump in through the hole. He used his CW anti-material rifle on his right hand to snipe the guy in the heavy augmented suit, and his DVTS minigun on his left hand to suppress the guys behind the wall as he stormed into the room. His augmented suit did not have any trouble in holding back the kickback from both guns. He then kept on shooting through the gaps of the big equipment scattered inside the hangar. The guy with the heavy augmented suit discarded his already destroyed minigun and screamed in anger. God damn it! Give me another one! Once he got another heavy weapon from one of the men behind the wall, he immediately started shooting again. Although by doing so he would be destroying the equipment inside the hangar, he did not show any hesitation at all. Akira kept on moving around inside the hangar while shooting at the guys behind the portable wall. He used his DVTS minigun to release a barrage on them, or his A4WM automatic grenade launcher to rain them with grenades. But it did not seem that the portable walls would come down anytime soon. Akira could not help but to make a stern face. That thing is pretty strong. I've been shooting at it for quite some time now, you know? Alpha frowned and replied, "This place is a hangar for powered suits after all, so they might be using portable walls designed to be able to withstand attacks from powered suits." Akira remembered the power of the melee weapons and the guns of that black powered suit. If those portable walls were designed to be able to hold out against that level of firepower, no wonder why they were still standing strong. But that did not make his current situation any better, so he still had a stern look on his face. Even if that's the case, it doesn't mean I didn't do any damage at all, right? Of course they don't have much durability left, so keep on shooting. Roger that. Just like Alpha said, it did not take long for the portable walls to hit their limit. The moment their force field armors were down, they were turned into just simple metallic walls that offered almost no defensive value against bullets. Although most of the barrage from Akira only ricocheted off the armors of the guy with the heavy augmented suit, since he had retreated behind the portable wall, Akira's CW's anti-material rifle did not find any resistance in plowing through them. Eventually, the guy with the heavy augmented suit could not take it any longer. A bullet ripped through his armor and straight to the guy's torso. Even after 3 shots of battle stimulants and medicines, he could not save his own life. The other guys who realized that they had lost one of their friends shot back at Akira in a frenzy, but of course it was not enough to hold Akira back since he had regained Alpha's support now. The portable walls that had hit their limits were quickly shredded to pieces while the grenades made a short work of them. The explosion also blew off some of the guys behind the walls and rendered them unconscious, but those showered with bullets drowned in their own blood and died there. Those who were still alive started thinking of running away. They grabbed Alna and put their bets on the small chance that they could sneak away from Akira, who was shooting at them from the other side of the mostly destroyed portable walls. Unfortunately, they lost that gamble. But that was because of something that neither Akira nor they were expecting. As Akira came out from behind the destroyed portable walls, chasing for those people, he could not help but frown when he saw what was in front of him. The guys who were running away from him were already lying dead on the ground. Furthermore, not too far from them, Katsuya was hugging Alna. Katsuya reached the hangar a bit after Akira. He noticed Akira was fighting against the Izant family's soldiers inside the hangar, so he decided to take a detour to avoid them as he sneaked into the hangar. After that, he hid while waiting for the right time to come out. The adrenaline rush from the fight just now and the surprise from that sudden turn of events prevented both of them from reacting to what just happened. Akira and Katsuya just stood there, looking at each other. Both of them did not give any friendly look at each other. But unlike Katsuya, who was looking at Akira with obvious hostility, Akira's expression was more of an exasperation. Akira sighed. "You again? Or is that it's your hobby to get in my way when I'm already so close? I guess I'll try to say this to you one more time." Akira sent a sharp gaze at Katsuya. "Give her to me." "I refuse." Katsuya refused without showing any fear and tightened his hug on Alna. Seeing that, Akira's expression changed from exasperation to questioning, as if he could not understand the person in front of him. "I really can't understand it. Why are you trying so hard to protect her? I can understand why you did what you did back then. At that time I wasn't using an augmented suit and I didn't carry any powerful weapons. It was fully understandable that you told me off just with a little intimidation. I'm sure I only amounted that much in your eyes back then. But that's not the case right now, is it?" Akira slightly moved both of his rifles as if to show them off to Katsuya. "Since then I gathered enough money to buy new weapons and a new augmented suit. These things cost me about 400 million orum. I don't know how much your equipment cost you, and they might be better than mine, but at least the gap between our equipment has already considerably reduced. Not to mention you have someone pulling you down and you have no friends with you right now. Or is it that you still think you can easily win against me even in this situation?" Katsuya slightly raised his guard without saying anything back. Akira looked at Katsuya with confusion. "Even if you can easily win against me, what exactly do you get from saving that girl to make you even come to this gigantic base all by yourself? Is she actually a rich lady from some big family or something and you're offered a huge amount of money for rescuing her?" Katsuya looked at Akira with scorn and yelled at him. It's not for money. I'm sure someone like you will never understand it. Then is it like you actually knew her before and you're indebted to her? Then she meeting you in the lower district street the other day was not a coincidence, but it's because you told her to come to you if she's in trouble or something? That was the first time I met her. All of your guesses are wrong. Akira did not believe that Katsuya lied there. Because of that, he just could not understand Katsuya as he was making a rather troubled face. He then said in a rather serious voice, So why then? It's not for money, not because you're indebted to her, and she's not your friend. I can't understand why would you go this far for a total stranger. Akira's gaze was sharp. It was as if he was trying to see through something that he could not understand at all. Katsuya felt slightly pressured under that gaze. But when he felt Alna shaking under his arm, he made his resolve and yelled at Akira as if to shake off his fear. It's because I've promised her that I'll save her. I don't need any other reason. Akira looked slightly surprised there. Then his expression changed as if he finally understood what was going on, although he still found it surprising. You're indeed a good person. Someone who had the pride of fulfilling just an oral promise, not because of money nor debt. For Akira it was something understandable. As a matter of fact, it was something that he could respect. Even more so when it was a goodwill promise to save someone. Hostility vanished from Akira's gaze for a few seconds. Katsuya was taken aback by what Akira suddenly said. Akira's short sentence was nothing more than just a compliment, and he felt that too. His resolve slightly wavered thanks to that. But Akira's next sentence completely reverted it. Unfortunately, you won't be able to keep that promise. Akira was there to kill Alna. Respect was not enough to change his mind. There was no ill will nor hatred in his eyes. But he was looking at Katsuya with hostility simply because Katsuya was blocking him from killing Alna. Two people stood there, confirming each other's intention. One came there in order to kill Alna, while the other one came there to rescue Alna. And both of them were just one step away from accomplishing their goal. Even the slightest hesitation would lead to certain death. If any of them made a move, they would be able to kill their opponent, but if any of them made any slight moves, it would get them killed. Because of that, both of them only stood there without making any moves as the tension slowly rose between them. But a third party suddenly appeared in that situation. A black-powered suit broke through the shutter and stormed into the hangar. Akira's intuition told him to get away from that place, but due to the tension from just now, he could not move his legs that quickly, and the same happened to Katsuya too. That small opening was enough for that black-powered suit to close its range on both of them. Rogolt saw Akira and Katsuya through the external camera of his powered suit, and immediately yelled in anger. Damn brats! I knew it! Both of you are actually working together, huh? Taking me for a fool like that. I'll kill both of you. In his head, Rogolt thought that Katsuya only accepted his offer in order to buy time while Akira went to save Alna before regrouping. Because of his misconception, there was no chance to straighten his misunderstanding now. Akira understood at least that much. Katsuya also thought so, but his train of thought was different from Akira, so he made a suggestion to Akira although it was against his will. Hey, let's work together here. How about a truce until we can do something about that powered suit and get out of this place? Akira replied back instantly without any hesitation. No thanks. Oh. Katsuya was dumbfounded. He did not expect that Akira would refuse in that situation. Are you serious? I'm here to kill that girl. Something like this is not enough for me to change my priority and help you save her. If you really want my help no matter what, that would be after that girl is dead. Akira replied so casually, but if Katsuya would accept that proposal, he would not be in that place in the first place. So Katsuya inadvertently yelled back. Are you kidding me? The pointless exchange was forcibly cut short when the black-powered suit raised its arm. The chainsaw-like weapon made a loud ringing sound as its teeth spun fast. Akira and Katsuya inadvertently looked at that chainsaw. Then that powerful-looking chainsaw came down at them. His first target was Akira. Akira matched the movement of his alpha-controlled augmented suit to evade that chainsaw and jump away from that place. Just a split second after he jumped off, the chainsaw came down at the floor where Akira was standing a few milliseconds ago. It left a huge crater on the floor, and threw pieces of the floors all around the area. Some of the big pieces hit the equipment inside the hangar, and made loud banging sounds which showed how hard they were thrown. If Akira got hit by that, there was no question about it, he would have turned into minced meat. He could feel a chill run down his spine as he made a stern face and evaded the incoming pieces of the floors inside his distorted time perception. Why is he coming for me? Shouldn't he prioritize taking on that guy since he has someone slowing him down? But Alpha replied back calmly. I'm sure he plans to kill everyone, so he decided to go for you first since you have nothing slowing you down. Isn't it a better idea to go for the one whom you can kill for sure first? That kind of decision varies from person to person, you see. So it's not like I can do anything about it even if you complain to me. For Akira, it was normal for another person to aim for him first given the option. So he was not really that surprised when it happened. He just ran as fast as he could toward the hole on the hangar's wall. Let's run into the mansion first. I'm sure that black-powered suit won't come chasing for you all the way into the mansion. How about that guy then? I'm sure he'll run into the mansion too. We'll kill that girl there. And if he doesn't? If he decided to run outside the mansion, I'm sure that black-powered suit would catch up with them and kill both of them. If that happens, it means that you'll have your work cut short. Akira jumped out through the hole and exited the hangar. Immediately after that, the black-powered suit forced its way through the same hole, chasing after him. There was no need for Akira to look back to understand what happened. He just kept on running toward the mansion. He then jumped and broke through one of the glass windows of the mansion which was already cracked from all the fighting. Akira found himself in one of a big hall. As he went straight to go deeper into the mansion, he could see Katsuya and Alna also jump into the hall from the other side. Akira, who noticed that, immediately shot at both of them out of pure reaction. But his aim was interrupted by Alpha. Because of that, his shot landed away from Alna on the wall next to her. Right at the next moment, a huge blade suddenly grazed the air right in front of Akira. The black-powered suit cut into the mansion from the outside with its huge blade. But that attack did not only cut through the wall, it simply destroyed the whole wall. Akira could not help but frown. If you want to kill that pickpocket, do it once we are deeper inside the mansion. Got it. Alpha controlled Akira's augmented suit to get him back on his feet, and Akira immediately blazed into the mansion after that, away from the black-powered suit's melee range. Behind him, the black-powered suit exchanged its melee weapon with a heavy rifle. Akira was still running as he forced his hand to shoot his A4WM automatic grenade launcher behind him without even looking back. Of course, the grenades did not have enough firepower to destroy the black-powered suit. But the explosions were enough to disrupt its aim. The black-powered suit released a powerful shot using its gigantic gun. It went right past Akira and hit the wall in front of him, turning it into a pile of rubbles. Akira used the hole made from that shot and vanished into the mansion. He could not help but frown after witnessing the power of that shot. What the heck was that? It's not something that you would normally use against normal humans, you know? It was a warhead designed to fight gigantic monsters in powered suits. So judging from that, it's indeed not something that you would use against normal humans. If you have the time to be surprised, you need to hurry up. If you get shot by that, no amount of medicines would be enough to save you, you know? Akira ran as fast as he could into the mansion to get away from the enemy's line of fire. Rogalt was furious inside his powered suit. Even after he used his prided powered suit, both Katsuya and Akira were able to get away from him. That fact really ticked him off. He opened a line to all his men and yelled an order to them. I'll send you the location of those brats. Find them and kill them. If any of you encounter them, immediately send your location to me. I'll snipe them from outside the mansion. If you can't handle them, drive them outside the mansion and I'll take care of the rest. Y'all got it. The black-powered suit made a loud sound as it moved away. It patrolled around the mansion while using its information-gathering device to scan the inside of the mansion. And when he found some of Horia's men inside the mansion, it angered him even more, so he cut up the mansion wall. His powerful blade turned the furniture together with the Horia's men, who were even using a sturdy augmented suit, into mincemeat in an instant. Rebuild World Chapter 164 The End of the Hunt. Akira was running through the mansion, going after Katsuya and Alna. He used the A2D and AAH assault rifles on both of his hands to repel any enemies he encountered. The reason why he swapped to those rifles was because Alpha told him to do so. Since he was using rifles with low firepower, he took more time to fight each and every enemy he encountered. Say Alpha, my augmented suit is already functioning, right? So why am I using these rifles? If you use the other rifles, the firing sound would draw in more enemies. Not to mention they think you're a strong opponent. So there's a good chance that they would give up on killing you and instead leaving the rest to that black-powered suit. Although it is hard on you, it might be better to let them think that they would have their chance if they keep buying time. But it's slowing me down, you know? At this rate they might get away from me, no? Alpha smiled just like usual and said, "It'll be fine. He has someone slowing him down, so they should not be able to move that fast and he can't shoot us either. That's why, I'm sure he'll have no choice but to fight back rather hardly, which would draw more people to him. And that will slow him down even more. We'll catch up with him sooner or later." Akira did not stop shooting even while he was talking to Alpha, and after listening to her explanation, he understood why it would be fine to use assault rifles in that situation. Alpha did not lie there, but she also did not tell Akira everything. Even with his assault rifle, he would have a good chance of killing Alna even if Katsuya tried to shield her. Akira did not even notice that fact. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Katsuya peeked out from one of the rooms inside the mansion and shot at an enemy just ahead of him who was carrying a powerful gun. He could hear screams coming from that direction mixed with the gunshots from his own rifle. Katsuya was cornered. He had a stern look on his face. He kept mumbling curses and complaints. He still had Alna next to him, but since she was not using any augmented suit nor had she ever trained or experienced combat, she could not move as fast as him. Then to top it off, more and more enemies were swarming him due to Rogolt's order. He had to protect Alna in that situation. Even for him, he was having a hard time fighting the incoming enemies. Not only was he cornered, but he also had no way to escape. He already had his hands full protecting Alna after evacuating her into that room. Alna looked in pain, seeing how Katsuya was having a hard time protecting her. The kind stranger that she clung to by pure chance back then, and right now he was still desperately trying to protect her. That thought turned her feelings toward that stranger to love. And the fact that person was trying to protect her because of a mere promise without any benefit at all, only strengthened her feelings for him. Then something clicked inside Alna. "Katsuya, it's fine, it doesn't matter now. Thank you." Katsuya looked at Alna in surprise. "What do you mean?" "I'm really happy that you came here for me. I think that you've already saved me enough. It's fine now." "What are you talking about? Just leave me behind and get away from here. Without me slowing you down, you can at least escape from this place alone, right?" Katsuya was dumbfounded while Alna smiled bitterly. "Why would you even say that? It's fine, don't worry. If you keep saying something like that, I would get angry, you know?" Katsuya lightly said so to Alna while trying not to worry her. But instead, the smile vanished from Alna's face, which only left her with a pained look. She then started crying and confessing to Katsuya. "I'm sorry. I've been lying to you. I took it. I was the one lying. I stole Akira's wallet. Then he noticed it and started chasing after me. That was when I bumped into you. I lied to you so that you would protect me. I'm really sorry." Seeing how shocked Katsuya was, Alna smiled bitterly at him. Alna felt really guilty towards Katsuya, who was trying to rescue her. But she always thought that if she told him the truth, he would abandon her to her fate. And with Akira ordering a search for her, she would lose her life if she didn't have Katsuya's protection. That was why she could not bring herself to tell him. Although she felt guilty about it, she could not deny that she was also happy that he came for her. But now that she was in love with him, she prioritized his life more than her own. If Katsuya died because of her wrongdoing, she would not be able to forgive herself. I'm not worthy of your protection. That's why it's fine." Alna tried her best to make Katsuya abandon her. She did not even care if that would make him hate her. After she confessed everything, she looked down. She had nothing left. She only smiled mockingly at herself. She was only getting what she had sown. Katsuya, who saw her miserable state, made his resolve and clearly stated, "That doesn't change anything." "Oh, As I said, I've promised you, so I don't need any other reason. I won't take back my promise just because of something like that." Katsuya smiled, trying to cheer Alna up. "Moreover, trust is a crucial thing for a hunter, and I'm aiming to be a great hunter. That's why, although it might sound weird, even if you lied to me, I'll still keep my promise. That's why I won't let you die. Even if you don't want it, I'll still protect you." Alna shuddered. Emotion flooded her heart. "And also, well, it's true that stealing is bad, but I don't think that's enough of a reason to kill you. I'll try to talk it out with that guy. So don't worry, it'll be fine. You have my promise, so just believe me." Katsuya said so and smiled kindly. Alna nodded without saying anything. Tears were still running down her cheeks as she tried her best to smile. Right at the next moment, Katsuya felt something approaching, so he quickly jumped off. The black-powered suit readied its rifle and aimed it at Katsuya. Rogolt used the information sent by his men together with his own information terminal to lock down on Katsuya's position. Although it was nothing but a crude approximation, with the firepower of his rifle, there was no need for him to snipe precisely. "Damn brat! Running your mouth like that. Now die!" Fueled with anger, Rogolt operated his powered suit. A huge bang echoed. His rifle that rivaled the firepower of a tank shot released a warhead straight into the mansion. It easily broke through multiple walls and left one big continuous hole through the mansion. Katsuya was able to barely avoid the warhead. Although he was shocked by the destruction left behind, he immediately went back to secure Alna. "Alna, are you all right?" Although Alna was lying down on the ground, she was unhurt. She was so horrified that she was not able to immediately reply to Katsuya. But she was at least able to nod to let him know that she was fine. Katsuya's expression relaxed slightly. He was relieved to know that Alna was fine, but what happened next left him aghast. Akira suddenly jumped into the room through the hole left by that warhead. That sudden change of event caused Katsuya to freeze, and that was enough to dictate the end result. Akira kept Katsuya suppressed with the rifle on his left hand without even looking at him, while Akira's gaze, as well as the rifle on his right hand, were fixed on Alna. Inside that compressed time perception world where everything was running in slow motion, Akira and Alna locked gazes at each other. Akira pulled down the trigger, showered Alna with bullets, and Katsuya had no means to stop him. Akira kept on shooting at Katsuya to keep him suppressed and escaped from the mansion through the hole left by Rogolt. Katsuya was only able to see Akira run off without doing anything. The one that pulled Katsuya back to reality was Alna's weak voice. The moment he heard it, Katsuya immediately ran toward Alna and confirmed that she had been wounded. Although she was fatally wounded, she was not dead yet. Judging from the locations where she was shot, it seemed that Akira intentionally did that. Katsuya did not notice that far, but judging from the blood on the ground, he knew that Alna did not have much time left. "And medicine." Katsuya pulled out medicine from his pocket, but he immediately detected enemies coming from the direction of the hole and started shooting at them. He then shouted at those people who were taking cover behind the wall around the hole, "Don't get in my way." He could not treat Alna in this situation. Katsuya understood that and picked her up with his arm and slowly dragged himself away from that place while keeping those men in check. He thought that no enemies would come from the direction where Akira just left, so he tried to retreat there while protecting Alna. Alna coughed out blood and her body gradually turned cold. She would die soon. There was no chance to save her now. Although she understood that, she did not feel fear at all. The happiness of being held by someone she loved, and the fact that she would no longer slow him down, was stronger. As her vision slowly turned dark, she could see Katsuya still desperately trying to protect her. It made her fall in love deeper with him and regret the fact that Katsuya had a pained look on his face. She felt cold. She wanted to feel warmth during her final moments at least. Alna squeezed the last bit of power that she had to raise up her hand that was already soaked with her own blood. Katsuya, who noticed that, tried to call her name. Unfortunately, she could no longer hear anything, but even so, she could still feel the warmth on her palm and smiled happily. Alna's arm gracefully fell. Her life ended there. in the arms of her loved one. Katsuya realized that Alna was gone. He understood that trying to treat her wounds while shooting at the guys attacking them would not help at all. He was extremely frustrated as he softly placed Alna's body down. Katsuya's scream echoed through the mansion. Once it died down, he was filled with rage and disappointment for not being able to save her. And in order to remove the main source of the reason why he could not save Alna, he pushed his rare talent to full bloom. Rogolt's men, who had gathered in that place due to an order from Rogolt, were thunderstruck at how Katsuya suddenly turned so strong, as if he was completely a different person. Although they had the upper hand, it did not take long for that to be overturned. The mansion was filled with flying bullets, and it was only a matter of time before it stopped. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Akira went through the hole that Rogolt opened and escaped the mansion. He then used the full power of his augmented suit to propel himself up to the rooftop of the mansion, then ran toward the opposite side and jumped down onto the courtyard. He then kept on running towards the entrance. Cheryl was saved and Alna was dead. He no longer had any reason to stay there. The only thing left was to get out from that place alive. Of course, picking a fight against the Izant family would entail a lot of problems later, but he shelved that for another time. He could take his time thinking about it once he was out of there. Akira kept on running as he thought so. Alpha, I just want to confirm something though. That girl is dead, right? There's no way she might be saved, right? Akira had shot Alna following Alpha's instruction. He thought that it should be enough to kill her. But he also knew that there was a treatment that could save someone even after that person lost half of his body, or expensive medicines that could save someone from certain death, or many other ways to survive that level of injury. That was why he was not so sure. Alpha smiled and replied, "You're such a worrywart. Don't worry, it's true she might be able to survive using expensive medicine and proper treatment. But I'm sure he wouldn't have the leeway to do it in that situation. But is there any reason why I can't kill her right away there? A shot on her head would guarantee her death. You know? If you blow her head or kill her with any means that make it obvious that she's dead, I'm sure that boy will immediately leave Alna behind and chase after you, to kill you. That's why we did that. If we let her alive, although only for a few seconds, it's obvious which one that boy would prioritize. If that's the problem, isn't it easier to just kill that boy or at least wound him too? In that situation back there, although I might not have been able to kill him, I should have been able to at least injure him, right? If we did that, the rest of Izant family's soldiers would focus on hunting you down. In the worst-case scenario, you would have to fight the whole gang on top of that black-powered suit all by yourself. Now that you mention it, that does make sense. Akira agreed with that argument too, so his displeasure and doubt were gone. Even if that boy tries to chase after you once the girl is dead, he would have to face Izant family's men first. So let's get him to buy some time for us while we escape from this place. Akira was still running as he glanced back. Inside that mansion, Katsuya should be fighting the Izant family's men as well as that black-powered suit. As he imagined that scene, he thought that it must be a huge pain in the neck, as if it was none of his business. Well, even if some of them might still come at me, at least that powered suit won't be coming for me. Although I do feel bad about it, let's have him buy us some TI dash. Akira immediately frowned. In order for the black-powered suit to chase after him from the other side of the mansion, that black-powered suit would need to go all the way around the mansion. That was why he thought that there was no way that black-powered suit would come for him. And even if it did, it would take some time for it to go around the mansion. But his feeling of safety was immediately betrayed. He could see the black-powered suit standing right on the top of the mansion. You gotta be kidding me? He must have used the full power of his powered suit to get it on top of the mansion. Although, in order to do that, it seems that he had no other choice but to leave some of its heavy weapons behind. It has no ranged weapon at all. That melee weapon is the only weapon that it has at the moment. That's not even the problem here. The black-powered suit jumped down and landed with a big bang. It then jumped with a power that was enough to shake the ground as it headed right toward Akira. You damn brat! Do you think I'll let you get away? The black-powered suit moved around while reading its chainsaw. The countless teeth of its chainsaw raised a deafening sound as it started spinning. Akira's augmented suit increased its output to its limit, as if it did not care how much burden it would put on Akira's body. Akira just ignored the stinging pain from both of his legs as he kept on running as fast as he could. But of course it was no match against the high-speed powered suit. The distance between him and the powered suit was slowly shrinking. Alpha, can we do something about that thing? Unlike Akira, who obviously looked very worried, Alpha only looked slightly concerned. She then casually said to him, "It can't be helped then, let's fight it." "Are you serious?" Akira was wide-eyed, but Alpha smiled and replied, "Get yourself ready. You at least have a better chance fighting it rather than keep running from it like this." Akira smiled wryly. "Alright, I get it. If resolving myself is enough to do something about it, I'll resolve myself as much as you want. That's my responsibility after all. And the rest would be my responsibility, so just leave the rest to me. We don't have time to waste. Let's prepare ourselves before it catches on to us." Akira was running at high speed when he used his augmented suit to immediately stop himself. Right at the same time, he reloaded a new magazine to his CWH anti-material rifle, and then threw it down on the ground together with his A4WM automatic grenade launcher and DVTS minigun. He then took out the foldable blade that he had obtained from the mansion, grabbed it with both his hands and expanded it. Once it was fully unfolded, its blade had started to give a faint bluish glow. Right in front of Akira, the black-powered suit raised its chainsaw while blazing straight at him. Seeing that, Akira took a deep breath and readied himself. Rogolt then yelled from inside the powered suit, "Die!" The black-powered suit swung its powerful chainsaw down with a huge force. Akira, who was inside the slow-motion world, swung his foldable blade as vigorously as he could. The moment their blades made contact, blue light flashed from Akira's blade. It then turned into dust and carried away by the wind, while at the same time, the force of the collision threw Akira's body back. With that one exchange, although Akira was fighting a powered suit with only his own flesh and his augmented suit, it was able to push the black-powered suit back. Normally, it would be nothing strange if that one attack crushed Akira. There were two reasons why it did not. First of all, Rogolt had spent most of his energy on fighting all the powered suits and tanks in the previous fights. Because of that, his powered suit could not exert its full power. While the other reason was because Alpha modified the blade to use all its available power for one swing. The only thing that maintained the blade's sharpness was its energy. Due to modification from Alpha, it used all of its energy in one go, way above what that blade could withstand. Thanks to that, it increased its destructive power to its utmost limit. Although it turned into dust right after that, it was able to withstand that exchange against a powered suit. And with the help of Alpha's support, Akira swung it with the technique that rivaled a swordmaster. While his body was blown backwards, Akira quickly grabbed his DVTS minigun and CWH anti-material rifle and immediately started to shoot using his DVTS minigun. Although most of his bullets hit the powered suit, it barely caused any damage at all. Rogolt was surprised by what happened but immediately regained his composure. After reassessing his situation, he readied himself and quickly went for another attack. Unlike Akira, who had lost his blade, the black-powered suit still had its weapon just fine, and it was powerful enough to easily crush Akira. From the external camera of his powered suit, Rogolt could see Akira aiming another shot at him. This time Akira was using his CWH anti-material rifle. Akira pulled the trigger. The bullet that was shot in a point-blank range hit the black-powered suit and released a loud bang. Right at the next moment, Rogolt immediately lost the power output of his powered suit. Akira's shot had destroyed his powered suit's energy generator. When the powered suit stopped moving, Akira nimbly maneuvered away while picking up the rest of his weapons before running away from that place. Akira was running like a madman when he threw a question to Alpha. "Alpha, that should be enough to stop that thing, right?" To be more precise, you just sniped its generator and temporarily stopped it. If it has a spare generator, it can immediately swap its generator and start moving again. So I don't think stopping it is the right word to use in this situation. What dash? Even that wasn't enough. It's a matter of fighting a tank only with an augmented suit, or like fighting a powered suit only with a human body. The power gap is simply too big. But even if it has a spare generator, It'll take some time to replace the destroyed generator. So you should have enough time to run away, that is, as long as you don't stop because you're tired or something. Alright, I get it. Akira smiled bitterly and started running again. He then jumped over the fence with the help of his augmented suit, and just kept on running away from Izant family's base. He finally was able to escape that place. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The rear side of the black-powered suit opened. Rogolt came out from it. His face was deep red. He looked absolutely furious. He kept looking at the direction where Akira ran away and mumbled, "That brat. He got away, huh?" Rogolt jumped off from his powered suit and checked the hole on his powered suit. It was the hole left by the bullet that destroyed the powered suit's generator. I bet it's a powerful anti-force field armor bullet. It was able to pierce through my powered suit's force field armor after all. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to do that. As Rogolt had predicted, Akira actually used the anti-force field armor bullet that he bought as a lucky charm and a trump card. It was a high-quality bullet that cost him 5 million orum per shot. He only bought one bullet just to be safe in case he had no other choice but to go against a powerful monster, like that one huge creature that he fought back in the Saranthal building. Akira himself did not expect that he would be using that bullet so quickly. But still, even if he shot that in a point-blank range, normally that would not be enough to destroy my generator, so how? Rogolt frowned. He did not want to believe the explanation that came up in his head. Unlike armor plating, the force field armor of the black-powered suit was the type that continuously consumed energy and extended out its force field. Since it would consume too much energy if he kept moving, Rogolt usually only stood still when he was not in a fight. And even in the middle of a battle, he would lower the force field for parts that were unlikely to get shot in order to save energy. Otherwise, it would consume too much energy to maintain. Focusing the force field armor only at the points where they were receiving shots was something that only skilled users could do, and one of the indicators of a high-quality control device was whether it could accurately predict incoming shots and only expand the force field in those locations. But this automatic adjustment from the control device usually had some particular quirks. In some cases, it might cause the force field to focus only on one point and leave another location more open for an attack. Rogolt remembered how Akira used his DVTS minigun to shoot a barrage on his powered suit. If it was in order to damage his powered suit, then it would have been a pointless action. But what if he did that to manipulate the automatic adjustment control of Rogolt's powered suit? If Akira did that to focus the force field armor in one place and open a weak point in another place to shoot at, if that was all true, then it would explain how Akira was able to snipe the generator. Although it was possible theoretically, it was actually almost impossible to execute. It would have been possible with the combination of a huge amount of bullets and a powerful information-gathering device that could precisely calculate the small changes in the force field armor in order to create a concentrated force field and opening a weak spot. But in order to do that, Akira would have to analyze and calculate a huge amount of information, which would have been impossible. Rogolt rejected the solution to his question that came up in his mind. He then lightly shook his head, just to blame that on his bad luck, and decided to stop thinking about it. Rogolt shook off his thoughts from what just happened and looked at his powered suit one more time. Seeing how his prided black-powered suit was rendered to that state, anger started to well up again. That brat, wrecking my powered suit like this. I'll definitely kill him next time. Unfortunately, you won't be able to do that. A woman's voice abruptly replied to Rogolt. Rogolt immediately pulled up his rifle and released some shots in the direction of that voice. Although there was no one there, his bullets ricocheted and made a sound as if they bounced off a metallic object. A blade was floating in the air there. When the owner of that blade took off her camouflage, it revealed a girl smiling amusedly. She had a metallic cyborg body covered under a camouflaging coat. Both of her arms were armed with blades. It was Neria. Neria and Rogolt made eye contact. Right at the next moment, Neria suddenly dashed and closed the distance between them. Rogolt made a rough approximation of how strong his opponent was by judging from how she moved just now and how she blocked his shots. He quickly decided that his rifle would not do him any good and threw it away instead. He grabbed two knives behind his hip and readied himself. When he unsheathed his knives, Blades extended out and they turned into swords. Rogold had talent in CQC, that was why, during the battle against other powered suits, he was always using melee weapons, and of course that talent also translated very well when fighting against another human. As a matter of fact, his skill with the blade allowed him to distinguish himself in the Eastern District where guns were a norm. Nelia and Rogold exchanged blows for just a split second. By the end of that exchange, they were standing past each other with their backs facing each other. See, it would be impossible for you. Nelia smiled and said so. Behind her, Rogold was sliced into 4 pieces with a cross centered on his throat. Not only did he get beheaded, but his head and body were also split cleanly into 2 halves. His body parts fell down and painted the ground red in blood. Now that her job was finished, Nelia looked in the direction where Akira ran off to. She smiled amusedly, which even looked like she was ecstatic. But still, although it hasn't been that long since the last time, to think that he has become strong enough to defeat a powered suit with only an augmented suit. It was really unfortunate that I wasn't able to seduce him back then. Nelia once again activated the optical camouflage of her coat. Her figure was slowly swallowed into the scenery and vanished completely. It would be great if I can get another chance to try to seduce him. Although it would be hard to do that in my current situation. Seriously though, what should I do with you? She did not feel anything wrong with seducing someone that she would try to kill 5 seconds later. Nelia, who had such a distorted way of thinking, had a regretful expression on her beautiful face. But that face also quickly vanished from the views, leaving behind the non-functional powered suit and the dismembered corpse of its user. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Horia's, the gang that was at war against the Izant family. Inside its base in its boss room. The report from Horia's soldiers echoed through the room. Boss, these guys are too strong. We'll be wiped out at this rate. Tell us what to do. Boss, are you there? Whether we group up or retreat, just give us something. Damn it. Is it not connected? What the heck is going on here? Their boss was unable to give them any orders after all. He had a bullet on his head and he was already dead. Horia's already sent most of its men to attack the Izant family. Its boss was left only with a handful of bodyguards in the base. And those bodyguards, like their boss, were already dead. Both Horia's and Izant family had some similarities. First of all, both of them were huge gangs with a lot of members. The boss of the respective gang held a ton of influence. Because of that, it was extremely difficult for the members of those gangs to rise up against their boss. So right now, with both sides left with no boss, their men had no other choice but to fight to the death, save for some who ran away at the very last second. Izant family and Horia's, the 2 Goliath gangs in the lower district of Kagomayama City. With the loss of their boss and their men, the money that they spent in that battle, both of them were effectively destroyed in a single night. Rebuild World Chapter 165, Negotiation with Viola. When morning came, another group arrived at the Izant family's base. They were the people from Drankum. Although the battle last night happened in the area between the slum and the wasteland, Kagomayama City could not just ignore it. So they dispatched Drankum there in the morning to check on the situation. Drankum had another reason why they had to come there. It was because one of their vehicles was destroyed around that area. When that vehicle was destroyed, its control device sent its last record back to Drankum. Before the city management got suspicious that last night's battle had something to do with them, Drankum decided to investigate the incident prior to the request from the city management. When Shikarabi arrived there, he looked around the courtyard and frowned. It must have been one hell of a battle. Now that the morning light shone the whole courtyard, the scene looked like hell. Corpses were scattered all over the places. He could see pools of blood formed in various places, and the whole area was filled with the nauseating smell of blood. Yamanobe looked around in slight amazement. Whoa, this here. I'm pretty sure the body count can easily reach a few hundred. Depending on how many bodies we can find inside the mansion, it might even go up to thousands. And I don't see any dead monsters at all. It's entirely a fight between humans. Geez, honestly though, we have more than enough monsters to kill in the wasteland. There's no need for them to kill each other, right? Velga checked the wreckages of powered suits in the courtyard and hummed. They were even using this kind of thing to fight each other, huh? These guys were pretty invested in this, weren't they? 100 or even 200 million orum won't be enough to pay for this stuff, you know? Including the fuel and ammo that they consumed last night, it might easily go beyond 1 billion orum, no? After the three of them exchanged opinions about how horrendous the scene in the courtyard was, they immediately moved on to finish why they came there. They searched for Drankum's vehicle among all the wreckage in the courtyard. Once they found it, it was already sliced in half. They then ripped the inside of the vehicle and extracted its black box. It should contain all the information until the vehicle was destroyed. Shikarabi checked the damage on that device. Well, it seems that it's still intact. But even if it wasn't, it's not our fault. Velga looked at the sliced vehicle and said, "Was it sliced with a huge blade or something? I guess one of those powered suits must have had that, huh? So where's the guy who was inside it? Shikarabi, did you find anything?" "Nothing. I can't say anything about the user unless we check the record inside this device first. I don't even know who might have been inside. I heard that whoever took this out used it without asking for permission after all. Well, since it's basically turned into a pile of metal, the insurance won't be able to fully cover it. I don't know how much the gang would have to pay for it, but the guy who used it would not be able to get out of it unscathed, that is if that guy is still alive." Now that they had completed their mission and recovered their priority target, they made a call to Drankum. Drankum told them to get back to the base as soon as possible to check the record inside that device. So Shikarabi went and conveyed that to Velga and Yamanobe. That was when Yamanobe noticed Yamina and the other girls. Yamina, Eri and 10 other Drankum members entered the mansion. Yamanobe raised his eyebrows and said, "Those are from Katsuya's team, right? I don't see Katsuya with them though." Velga also noticed them, but he noticed something else too. Isn't that Nergo? What is he doing there with that group? Shikarabi frowned and obviously sounded rather annoyed as he said, "Don't know and don't care. Just leave them be, we have nothing to do with them." Seeing how Shikarabi's mood turned worse the moment Katsuya's name came up, Yamanobe and Velga smiled wryly. There was no need to keep souring Shikarabi's mood by talking about that subject, so they decided to just move on and leave that place. Yamina and her friends heard from Mizuha that there was a good chance Katsuya went to that place alone. That was why they came there to look for him. The scene inside the mansion was more or less as horrendous as the courtyard. Although Yamina and her friends were already used to killing monsters, they never witnessed the leftover of a battle between humans that was this bad. More than half of them had a pale face and were filled with terror as they continued searching the inside of the mansion. The only one who was completely fine was Nergo. Since the group was mostly made of girls, Nergo was sticking out since he was a battle cyborg. Nergo had rifles in all of his 4 arms. He was leading the team in front of Yamina, while checking the safety of the surrounding area. Yamina then apologetically said to him, "I'm sorry for making you do this. Although it was a request from Mizuha-san, I feel bad for making you help us in doing something this dangerous." But Nergo replied in a bright tone, "Nah, don't worry about it. Katsuya-kun did save me back then, so I still owe him some. I'm more than happy to help." Nergo looked at how the other guys were doing while he said so. Some of them seemed thankful, some others had no particular reaction, while some were simply people who did not express much of their feelings through their faces. Nergo closely observed every single one of them. "By the way, although it might be weird to hear this from me, but if you want I can search this place alone, you know? I know that you girls are hunters, but I'm sure this scene is too much for you girls since you're still young. If I find something, I'll contact you so you girls can just wait outside the mansion." Yamina thought that Nergo was simply being considerate to them. If Katsuya was really inside the mansion, judging from how bad the scene inside the mansion was, it would not be strange to find him dead. And if that was true, more than likely his body would be in a pretty bad shape. It would be too much to let herself and her friends see that. Yamina thought that was why Nergo said so. Although Yamina understood that possibility very well, she still replied firmly, "No, that would be asking too much from you. So we'll come too, we'll be fine." "I see you're pretty brave." Nergo did not say anything more after that as he returned back to his search. "It would be fine if we find him alive." He still looked very depressed, but after leaving the battlefield, he regained some of his composure. But that gave him a leeway to think about something else, and his head used that leeway to remember a certain sentence. Even when he tried to shake that sentence off his head, it still would not leave him alone. As a matter of fact, his efforts only made it ring louder in his brain. Katsuya inadvertently mumbled in resistance against that voice that was ringing inside his head. Damn it! Unfortunately, you won't be able to keep that promise. That one sentence from Akira kept on playing on replay inside Katsuya's mind. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Akira was sleeping like a dead log on the bed in his house. After he returned back from Izant family's base, he just put down his heavy weapons randomly on the floor, kept his augmented suit and his coat back in their original cupboard, dragged himself against the tiredness and the sleepiness assaulting him to finish his bath, took a heavy dose of medicine, and finally crawled to his bed. There was no doubt about it that he was exhausted after what had happened last night, so Alpha did not even bother to tell him to finish doing maintenance of his rifles before going to sleep. Akira woke up in a dark room. It seemed that the sun had already set. He must have slept the whole day. But even inside that dark room, he could still see Alpha clearly. Morning, Akira, or more like, it's already evening though. Akira's brain had not fully woken up yet as he was thinking of taking another snooze. I don't mind if you want to sleep again, but you had a call from Ario and Carol while you were sleeping, you know? They also left a text message so you can check it out if you want. It was rare for Ario to call him. As Akira thought so, the curiosity helped him wake up. He pushed himself up, reached for his information terminal, and checked the message. Akira frowned when he read the message. Ario was asking about Cheryl's whereabouts in that message. And checking from the timestamp, that message was sent after Akira sent Carol to escort Cheryl. She's not back in her base, huh? After that, he checked the message from Carol. It said that Carol still had Cheryl with her, and for him to call her as soon as he could. So then Akira tried to make a call to Carol, who immediately picked that up. Oh, you finally called me? Weren't you taking too long there? Sorry, a lot of things happened after that. So then is Cheryl still with you? Yep, she's here with me. You didn't escort her back to her base. I did consider that, but my request was to take Cheryl to a safe place, right? It's true that my request might as well be done once I escorted Cheryl out of that place, but I thought that if I took her back to her base while the slum was still engulfed in that battle, she might get injured or even killed if there were any following battles after that, and that would definitely cause trouble later. Personally speaking, I want to finish my request by handing her back to you, you see. That's why I still have Cheryl with me. Ah, I see you have a point there. So then if it's possible, can you come here as soon as you can? Are you okay right now? Well, I don't mind keeping her with me if you want, but keep in mind it'll cost you more the longer you leave her with me, okay? Akira smiled bitterly after hearing Carol's happy voice. Alright, I'm coming now. Where should I come? I'll send you my location later. I'll be waiting for you. Carol left Akira with that rather inviting line before closing the call. Akira lightly sighed and drooped his head. As his brain started to wake up, he remembered all kinds of stuff inside his head. I wonder how much should I pay Carol this time? How much are you planning to pay her? I don't know the market price, but I'm planning to limit it to 50 million orum. Although he would have to negotiate with Carol about the reward, he had decided not to pay her more than 50 million orum. So in short, Akira would only pay that much money even if it made Carol think that she deserved more money for the work she did. I never thought that someone who likes to butt into others' business without being asked to would say something like that. But well, I guess that was the suitable word for someone who would do something just to regret it later though. Aren't you glad to have decided the upper limit of the reward beforehand? Can't agree more to that. Alpha smiled mischievously at Akira, who replied with a bitter smile. Akira thought that he would be meeting Carol near his house, or somewhere in a cheap inn or maybe a tavern. So he was surprised when he checked the coordinates of the location sent to him by Carol. It was located far away from the location where he picked her up before going to Mihazono Ruin last time. Although he did find it weird, started his preparation to head there. He took his augmented suit and protective coat out of the cupboard and put them on. That was when he noticed that the holes on his protective coat were all already fixed. Oh, they're all fixed. That's pretty amazing. The cupboard is equipped with an automatic repair system. I also put in a little bit of medication there too. It should have done the maintenance for your augmented suit and coat. You can even do that too, huh? That's really convenient. But because of that, you'll need to replace the repair cartridge that you got when you bought that augmented suit. Make sure to buy a new one later. I see. How much it costs, by the way? About 10 million orum. Akira froze. Don't forget that there are still medicine, ammo, energy pack, and other consumables that you need to buy too. Ah, my money. Akira remembered that Carol also changed her augmented suit depending on what she was doing. Up until now, Akira always thought that it was better and safer to keep using the better augmented suit all the time, although it meant that he had to regularly pay more for the upkeep. But now he was not so sure if that was the best thing to do. Akira finished his preparation. He brought along his AAH and A2D assault rifle as well as his CWH anti-material rifle, and of course he also carried some spare magazines too. He then headed to the Kagamayama City Lower District. He did think that he might not need his CWH anti-material rifle, but he decided to bring it along anyway just to be safe while leaving his DVTS minigun and a 4WM automatic grenade launcher behind as not to increase the chance of anything bad happening. I've completed rewriting the control software, so you have my full support this time. Well, in the worst-case scenario, let's just run away. Of course. Although Akira did not ask her, Alpha did say what to do in the worst-case scenario. So he just smiled bitterly at her, said so, and went to Kagamayama City Lower District. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Carol, Cheryl and Viola gathered inside Viola's office that was located in an office complex building in the lower district. Viola had other offices too. She had one in the slum, one near the inner wall, one was open and easily recognizable in public, one was located in a rather secretive place. She kept changing one office to another depending on her situation. Carol met up with Viola while bringing along Cheryl with her, and then Viola suggested they go to one of her offices. After Carol finished her call with Akira, she then conveyed that to Cheryl and Viola. Cheryl was relieved to know that Akira was all right. Her worried face that she had up until now was completely gone. Unlike Cheryl, who was sitting on the guest chair, Viola was sitting not too far away from Cheryl on her own office desk. Even after she heard that Akira was coming, she still had her usual smile. Carol came next to Viola and asked her a question. Viola, are you sure you want to be here too? Yep. Viola replied with a smile without asking Carol what she meant by that question. I see. Carol deliberately did not tell Akira that Viola was also there. Viola also noticed it as well as the meaning behind it. But even so, she still decided to stay there. Carol thought that if Viola decided so, then it was not her place to say anything to Viola. Akira eventually arrived. He lightly scanned the area and felt that it seemed to be safe before entering the building. When Akira entered the office, Carol and Cheryl immediately welcomed him. Carol had her business smile when she welcomed Akira, while Cheryl smiled happily for being able to reunite with him. But even before he was able to reply to both of them, he noticed Viola. His expression immediately turned slightly stern as he asked, Carol, sorry, but can we talk about the reward a bit later? Sure, but is there any problem? It's nothing big. Just a small thing that I need to attend to first. Cheryl thought it was weird since Akira immediately left her behind and went inside the office room. But when she noticed that he went straight to Viola, she smiled bitterly, although she also felt slightly happy at the same time. Cheryl had gone through a lot of trouble after Rogel detained her. It was nothing strange if Akira wanted to complain to Viola since she was the source of all of that trouble. Of course, she herself had also complained to Viola, but Viola just gave her a light smile and a cheap apology. If Akira was the one to do that, Viola should not be able to give the same reaction. As Cheryl thought so, she had a mischievous smile on her face, which was rather rare for her. Cheryl was not mistaken there. But Akira actually was planning to do more than just sending some complaints to Viola. In contrast to that, Carol understood well what he was about to do. The difference between her and Cheryl's understanding was shown in their faces. Carol was not smiling there. Akira stood in front of Viola, who was still smiling like usual. Viola-san, right? Yep, you can just drop the honorific. I see, thanks for the info about Cheryl and that pickpocket. I'll at least give you my thanks for that. You're welcome. I'm glad that my information was useful to you. Viola was smiling like usual, while Akira had a stern and serious face. Both of them were looking at each other without saying anything for a few seconds. So then I have a question for you. About this incident, I have no idea how far this thing has been going on, and this is just my guess, but I feel like you've been manipulating me. That would be a misunderstanding. I don't know where you got such a misunderstanding from. If you tell me, I would be able to give you an explanation. Is that the thing that you wanted to ask me? Not really. Even if I ask you, I feel like you'll just come up with an answer that makes sense just to convince me. And of course, I don't have the ability to see through it even if you lie to me. I feel like you would just trick me and leave it as it is. That's why I won't ask you. But instead answer me this. Sure, what is it? Akira raised his arm, his rifle now aimed at Viola. If you're in my position, do you think it's better if I kill the person in front of me now? Cheryl was dumbstruck by what just happened, while Carol's expression did not change at all. Even after pointing his rifle at her, Viola did not show any change in her expression. She was still smiling like usual as she calmly answered Akira's question. Nope, I don't think so. Why? There are many reasons that I can come up with. Let's see, Akira. Do you know what is postmortem program? Yeah. It's simple then. If you kill me, you'll get a bounty put on your head and it'll be as high as all of my current assets. Although I look like this, I'm pretty rich, you see. So don't think it'll be something as small as 1 or 2 billion orum, okay? If I have to add more, judging from the mediator company that will put that bounty under my request, not only common hunters, even big organizations would be hunting you, you know? Anything else? Akira replied almost instantly. Viola was taken aback seeing how he replied without showing any hesitation, but she immediately returned back to her usual smile and said, Oh, that wasn't enough for you? Let's see then, how about the person next to your lover is my best friend? I see. Gunshot echoed. A hole drilled through Viola's chest all the way to her back. Viola looked aghast as she slid down her seat and fell to the floor. A pool of blood started to form around her. Akira lowered his rifle and looked back at Carol. So I should fight you now, right? Akira's expression was completely casual. There was no hostility in his eyes at all. But there was also no sign of him trying to avoid the upcoming fight. Cheryl was shocked by that sudden turn of events, but Carol, who was next to her, just smiled and said calmly, Well, Viola indeed paid me to work as her bodyguard, so it's not like I can just let this slide without doing anything. I see. Akira only said so as he turned his whole body toward Carol. But before he shifted his state of mind to battle state, Carol suddenly said, But I'm not paid enough to fight you. So to be honest, I want to avoid it if it's possible. But since I already got paid, I can't just leave without doing anything either. So, if you're okay with it, I want to do something to earn that pay but without fighting you. Kira thought for a bit. He recognized that Carol was a strong fighter. He had no idea what she was going to do, but if it meant that he did not have to fight her, then that would be for the better. Very well. Thank you. Carol smiled and said so. She then went to Viola, opened the drawer close to her, and seemed to be searching for something. It should be around here. Ah, there it is. Carol took out a half-spherical mechanical device from inside the drawer, brought it to Viola, and crouched down. She then took off Viola's cloth to expose the bullet wound and placed that device on top of that wound both from the front and back. When Carol turned the device on, the hole in Viola's chest started to slowly close up. Akira walked next to Carol and looked at it with interest. What are you doing? An emergency treatment. This is an automatic treatment kit. It's usually used on a hunter who's wounded so badly to the point that there's no other way but to replace the wounded area with a prosthetic. Originally, it's used to keep that hunter alive until they finish installing the prosthetic. This thing is pretty expensive, you know? Carol placed a similar thing on Viola's neck. A thin tube came out from the flat part of the device and it went straight piercing into her neck. After about 10 seconds, Viola opened her eyes and coughed out blood. Akira was stunned to see someone that he thought he had killed return back to life. That's pretty amazing. It can save your life even after getting injured that badly, huh? Alpha smiled and explained to Akira. It depends on the treatment and your first reaction to it. You witnessed something similar back in Kazusuhara Ruin, remember? There was someone who treated a person who had lost half of their body as a badly injured patient. From his point of view, a hole from a bullet might even be a slight injury. Ah, you're right. I remember that guy also told me not to treat an injury on a hunter and on common people is the same thing though. People died when their time came, but their survival chance changed greatly depending on how quickly their injury got treated. Akira had a rather conflicted feeling when he thought about that subject. When Viola finally stopped coughing, she looked around and understood what just happened. Carol, could you have done something more about this? Viola looked at Carol as if she was blaming Carol, expecting her to have eliminated the hostility there by now. But Carol did not seem to be bothered by that at all. She just casually replied, I at least have erased the result of you screwing up your negotiation. I did my job, so you're on your own for the rest. Akira pointed his rifle at Viola again. This time he was properly aiming for her head. I'll get to the point, anything else? Viola smiled wryly. She was a bit scared, her face started to go pale. She went silent for a few seconds as she was thinking about what to say. She then smiled, which could be interpreted as both bluff and no worry. I don't know the reason why you spent so much money on Cheryl's gang, but I bet you didn't really calculate the return that you can get from that investment, right? I can help you with that part. I can give advice to the leader of the gang, or lend them my connection or money. If Cheryl's gang can earn quite a lot of money, I'm sure that you'll get some benefit out from that too. So what do you think? Akira stared back at Viola without saying anything. One more question then, were you trying to kill me in that incident? That includes asking someone to kill me, or provoking someone to kill me. No, I didn't do such a thing. Alpha. She doesn't seem to be lying, but it may not be the complete truth. After listening to Alpha's guess and Viola's answer, Akira thought about it one more time. He then said to Viola while still having his rifle pointed at her, Very well. Work hard to make me not regret this decision. The moment I think that I should have killed you, I'll hunt for your head. The same thing would happen if you try to mess with me too. You get that? Viola sighed. All right. I don't want to die after all. I'll give my best to be useful. Alpha. Yep, she doesn't seem to be lying there too. Akira finally lowered his rifle, seeing which Carol lightly smiled and said, You're done, right? I guess I can finally talk about the reward with Akira now. Akira, now that I have handed Cheryl to you, this will end your request to me. Are you okay with that? Sure. Well, now I'll need to carry Viola to hospital. Akira, see you again next time. Carol lightly smiled and said so. She then pulled Viola up and dragged her out of the office. Akira looked a bit troubled. Carol, don't we still need to discuss your reward? That won't be necessary. Or more like I'll get Viola to pay for that. So you don't have to worry about it. Voila looked obviously displeased. To be honest, that has nothing to do with me though. It's your fault in the first place, isn't it? Not to mention you said you'll be helping Cheryl's gang from now on. So just think of it as an apology for messing with them. Good grief. Very well then, I'll do it. Akira looked a bit troubled by how Carol was taking it so lightly. Are you sure you're fine with it? Yeah. If you're bothered by not paying me, you can invite me for a meal later with the money you were planning to pay me. Or you can invite me to search for relics while paying for my expense, or even paying for my side job too if you want. Either way, I would be happy to accept it. I'll be waiting for your call. Carol smiled provocatively and said so before she left the office. Akira still had a stupefied look on his face as he saw Carol and Viola off. One of them just got shot and then meekly accepted a demand from him, while the other one was someone that he almost fought against after he shot her close friend. He was speechless at how both of them were taking it very lightly. That was also the case for Cheryl. She could not hide her surprise with how fast the situation changed there. After both of them were left alone in that place, Akira and Cheryl looked at each other. The mood was a bit awkward. Well, let's just head back for now, huh? I'll take you back to the base. Yes, thank you very much. Akira and Cheryl left that office while still feeling slightly awkward. Akira thought that Carol, who was on Viola's side, would do something after taking Cheryl hostage. Although his guess was incorrect, he did expect that Carol would do something that he did not expect there. Rebuild World Chapter 166, Those Who Work Under the Shadows. The battle between two large gangs, Izant family and Horia's, had, of course, affected the slum city. Sounds of gunshots filled the slums. Ario and the other children in the gang made use of the portable walls they got from Katsuragi to barricade themselves inside their base, and were able to get through the night. But even so, it still caused a huge ruckus within the gang that Ario and Alicia were barely able to calm everyone down since they were officers in the gang, but everyone in the gang were still anxious even right now. They were unable to contact neither Akira nor Cheryl, and that fact really caused chaos inside the gang. They went through the night reminded of just how large both Akira and Cheryl's presence was inside the gang. It was then that Akira and Cheryl suddenly appeared. Akira was weirded out at how big the welcoming cheer was, as the children gathered around him. Cheryl tried her best to calm everyone down to no avail. Akira was planning to head straight back home after getting Cheryl back to her base. But Cheryl thought that it would cause even more chaos inside the gang if Akira left, so she asked him to stay for the night. She then told the supervisors to give her their reports of what had happened while she was gone. The other children had a lot of questions they wanted to ask Cheryl, but after she reprimanded them, and looking at how Akira was slightly annoyed by the ruckus, they regained some of their composure and eventually returned to their respective jobs. Cheryl, couldn't you at least contact these guys? Carol-san told me not to. She said that since the request from you was to get me to safety, it was just to be safe in case someone else other than you used that call to locate me. Of course I tried to call you too, but I wasn't able to. Sorry about that. I was a bit preoccupied during that time. Akira felt bad saying that he was so tired that he slept for the whole day, so he came up with another excuse. But that was no lie. He was indeed rather busy after leaving Cheryl to Carol. Please don't be. I'm really happy that you came to rescue me. And also, about Viola, thank you for making her help run the gang. Cheryl tried her best not to show her insecurity or displeasure on her face. At the moment, Cheryl's gang had not given any benefit to Akira. It did not even have the prospect of giving any profit to him. Cheryl herself understood that very well. That was why, if Akira told her that Viola would lead the gang in order to turn the gang profitable for him, then she could not refuse. Cheryl could no longer live without Akira. So in order not to get abandoned by him, she planned to do everything she could to make the gang useful to him. She felt really insecure about the matter regarding Viola. Akira then spoke to Cheryl with a rather serious face. By the way, I'm sorry for asking you this after deciding it without even consulting with you. But Cheryl, can you keep an eye on that Viola? Keep an eye on her. Yeah, tell me if she tries anything funny. I'm sure it'll be easier to watch over her if she's close. And also if you don't find her useful at all, you can go ahead and kill her. After all, that is the condition she accepted for sparing her life. If you find it hard to kill her, just tell me the reason why you need me to kill her and I'll do it. Okay. I'll be relying on you for that one. Akira was a bit weirded out at how Cheryl replied with such vigor. But he did not think too much about it after that. Cheryl was so elated that Akira actually had no plans to replace her position in the gang, and she resolved herself not to disappoint him as she replied firmly to his request. Alpha had another question that was different from Cheryl about Viola. Akira, are you sure that you're okay with that matter in regards to Viola? Do you think I should have killed her instead? Akira thought that Alpha was against it, so he was surprised when he heard that question. If Viola was telling the truth there, he would have a few billion Orum bounty on his head. Although she might be exaggerating, it did not change the fact that a bounty would still be placed on his head. But if Viola was lying, Akira thought that Alpha should have caught that from Viola's expression and told him about it. That was not what I meant. I just find it strange that you were rather lenient there. Compared to the matter with that pickpocket, you even raided into a big gang's base just to kill her, right? Well, I did shoot her once with the intention to kill her. So, if that was not enough to keep her in check, I'll think about something else when it comes to that. Akira believed that the reason why he spared Viola's life was because he already felt better after he shot her once with the intention of killing her. Moreover, although he was manipulated by her, she did not do anything to directly kill him. But in truth, there was another reason why Akira spared her that he himself did not notice. That reason was because Akira wanted to know if he could protect himself without increasing the body counts. He had always believed that if he spared his enemy, that person would definitely come for revenge later. Also, he was convinced that he was simply not strong enough to have the leeway to spare his opponents. Akira wanted to find a way other than killing his opponent. Although it might be cheeky of him to have that desire, he could at least try. Of course, it was a completely different matter whether his desire would come to fruition or not even if he tried. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Viola was lying on the hospital bed. Her wound was already treated. Her life was no longer in danger. She should be fully recovered after a few days of resting on the hospital bed. She was having a chat with Carol, who was sitting on a chair not too far from her. But Carol suddenly threw a question at her with a rather solemn expression. So then, Viola, what are you scheming this time? Viola frowned. She looked a bit offended. That was out of the blue. You intentionally let Akira shoot you back then, didn't you? Although Carol said that so casually, her tone was telling Viola that she was sure about it. I know you're not that stupid. You knew well what would happen if you met him. You were the one who told me to go to your office with Cheryl, remember? Although you have many offices, that one has a hospital nearby, and I know that you have an emergency kit and where to find it in that office. You intentionally said all of that in the first half of your negotiation with Akira, didn't you? Had Akira aimed at your head back then, you would not have provoked him like that. You knew what I would do. That was why you let Akira shoot you. And by doing that, it would remove most of his grudge against you, right? Then with his grudge mostly gone, you can make an excuse to get involved in Cheryl's gang, saying that it would bring benefit for both Cheryl and Akira. Carol smiled rather ominously. In the first place, putting Akira and Cheryl aside, if you were planning to trick me too, you could have done something better than that, right? Or is it that you have dulled? Viola faked a surprise and smiled. You're thinking too much. If you hadn't saved me back then, I would have been dead by now. I do think that you're my friend, but let me tell you this, I don't believe what you said there at all since I know you very well. Carol could easily tell that Viola was scheming something, but she could not tell what it was. Viola might actually be tricking her into thinking that she was scheming something. And if she tried to pursue her suspicion, she might find herself being manipulated by Viola without realizing it. After all, up until now, Carol had seen so many people fall for that trick up close. Carol smiled smugly. Well, in the end, my potential customer did shoot you after you tried to mess with him, so I guess I'll let that slide. Though I bet I would get shot because of that too. I have no plans to do that though, but if you're okay with that, then I won't pursue this subject any further. Viola and Carol smiled at each other. Someone suddenly knocked at the door. A few men came in without even waiting for a reply. Then the representative from that group showed his ID card and said, Viola Alhans, I presume? I'm Indu from Kagamayama City's Long-Term Strategy Department, Public Order Section. We have some questions regarding the huge battle yesterday. Indu's men stood in front of the door as if to close Viola's escape route. Seeing that, Viola sighed. Carol then said to Indu, I have nothing to do with this though, so can I leave? Of course. In the first place, I would have asked you to leave since you're not involved in this matter. Although it's a simple investigation, the subject that we are going to discuss is not for the public's ears. I see later then, Viola. Oh my, that's so cold of you. You didn't know? Viola said that as a joke, so Carol replied with a joke too. Carol left the room while lightly waved at Viola. Half of the men guarding the door also left the room together with Carol and guarded the door from outside. Indu looked sharply at Viola and stood in front of her. Viola still had her usual calmness. So then I just need to answer your questions, right? That won't be necessary, it was just an excuse to come here. Of course, I'll forge a document for that too, but don't worry, I'll handle everything. Then why are you here? I'm here to listen to your report. There's no need to come all the way here by yourself, you know? I can just send you the report later, right? It's an order from the guys in the upper echelon. Well, it's no surprise since the battle was bigger than we expected, and we heard that you got hospitalized soon after. Not to mention, we have also received a report saying that Drankum also went to check the place where that battle happened. So, we want to confirm the current situation as soon as possible. After he said all of that, Indu looked slightly exasperated as he said, "But well, what can I say? To think that you can cause such a big battle just from a small rumor about a certain hunter who got his wallet stolen by a pickpocket, you're pretty good." Viola smiled smugly. That was nothing more than a trigger. A rather volatile boy, just like a landmine. So I would rather have you appreciate all the preparations that I've done to make sure that the fire would burn strongly. Kagamayama City usually did not bother much about the power distribution around the slum city, which was next to its lower district. Even if a large battle occurred there and numerous people got killed, the city management normally did not intervene at all. But they could not ignore it if it had reached a certain scale. And that Izant family and Horius had grown too big and too strong for the city management to ignore. Both gangs had survived numerous conflicts, grew bigger, and attained enough money and military power to maintain the gang. To the point that their influence had even reached the commercial district in the lower district and had enough money to buy, arm, and even use powered suits. But it was all good up until that point. After all, rising high as an organization was a commendable thing, even from the point of view of the corporate government that ruled the Eastern District. The problem was that their existence was disturbing the public order in the city. Their activities were against the law, and they were doing illegal businesses. And with the rather barbaric people of the outer wall with powered suits living close to the inner wall, it was no surprise that it bothered the people from the inner wall. It would have been well and good if it increased the worth of living inside the inner wall, but unfortunately they only lowered it. In the worst-case scenario, some people from the inner wall might even decide to move out because of them. There were cases where such a strong organization worked together with the nationalists. The nationalists would then send that organization powerful augmented suits as well as sneak some of their agents in, and eventually enlist their help during a huge battle. Even if it did not go that far, buying powered suits from the nationalists was enough to help the nationalists to collect money. So their existence only caused worry for the people in the inner wall. Once it reached that point, the city management could not afford to just ignore them. Power-wise, the city management could easily crush that kind of organization using the city's defense squad. After all, that squad was prepared to even withstand a fight against ginormous monsters. An organization that just rose to power from the lower district was no match for that squad. But the problem was the expense. Of course, dispatching the defense squad was no cheap thing. So if that kind of organization had become big enough trouble for the city management to dispatch such a costly defense squad, they would look for the one who was responsible for not curbing it. Because of that, the city management was looking for a cheaper alternative, and that would be letting the gangs that were disturbing the public order in the city destroy each other. Of course, it would not come for free, but it was indeed cheaper than dispatching the defense squad. So, Viola received that job from the city management. Basically, it was outsourced to her. Viola had manipulated various organizations and people to their own doom. Some of them were out of requests from the city management. Such a track record earned her quite a reputation from the city management's point of view, which in some cases she was even feared for her skill. Even the ruckus that happened recently between Izant family and Horias was actually connected to the city management, but there were only a handful of people in the city management who knew that. So the people who sent that investigation request to Drankum were the city management people who were unaware. Of course, Indu was one of those who knew, but even he was listening to Viola's report while feeling fear in his heart. After all, Viola had done some preposterous things to complete that request. That aside, this might have nothing to do with this matter, but we lost 3 of our agents. Do you know anything about them? Is this a request to investigate from the city management? No, just a casual talk. I see. Unlike in the inner wall, the lower district is a dangerous place. They might have done something stupid and got themselves involved in a fight or something. Like what? Let's see. Maybe like boasting their connection with the city management and trying to get their hands on a woman who is not interested in them. That kind of connection might be enough to help them seduce someone, but it is nowhere near enough as a threat, you know? And it seems that many people don't understand that well enough, so there's a good chance they got involved in a fight because of some stupid reason. I can really understand why the city management spends money to make sure that hunters behave well. It's an important thing after all, right? Viola smiled as if she was hiding something, seeing which Indu was barely able to keep his calm. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Cheryl was sitting in her personal room with a serious face. The reason was the information from Viola, whom she was talking with through her information terminal. Is this information true? It's not like I'm going to tell you to trust me, but well, I do feel guilty for what I did to you. You know? I even let you hear about this before I tell Akira as a token of apology from me. They were talking through a call, so they could not see each other's faces. But Cheryl was so sure that Viola was smiling right now. She could imagine Viola smiling with her usual gentle smile while scheming something behind it. Is this a threat to me? Of course not, like I said, it's an apology from me. By the way, if I have to add anything, Akira had already finished off Alna. That's why, I'm sure that he won't be that bothered even if you tell him that you know about it. Of course, that is if he doesn't notice it on his own and misunderstands, thinking that you're intentionally trying to hide it from him. Cheryl shivered when she remembered back then when Akira was in a very bad mood. That day Akira, who was in a horrible mood, said in front of Cheryl that he would kill that Alna. And now, if she did not handle this situation well, in the worst-case scenario, Akira might direct that killing intent to Cheryl's gang. Cheryl was trying her best to maintain her calm. Suddenly Viola said with her usual calm voice, "We're just going to take the initiative here. I just thought that it would not sour Akira's mood that much if you let him hear it from you. Of course, I won't be forcing you to do it though. But if you won't do anything, I plan to tell Akira myself. After all, I need to give Akira some useful information as an apology to him too. You know that well too, right? So that's it later then." Wait. What is it? I'll do it. Thank you very much for sharing this information. You're welcome. Viola replied with a happy voice before closing the call. After that call ended, Cheryl was barely able to hold back herself from screaming out of anger. Cheryl then called Nasha to one of the rooms in the base. When Nasha came in, Cheryl, Alicia, and Ario were already waiting for her inside the room. Cheryl and the other two had a grave expression on their faces. The mood was rather heavy. Nasha could feel the heaviness of the mood as she slowly and sacredly came forward. Boss, I heard you have something you want to talk about with me." Cheryl looked at Nasha. She then said with an extremely stern face and firm voice, "I'll get straight to the point here. Did you tell Alna about Akira?" Nasha went pale. It was so obvious that there was no need for her to answer that question. Cheryl and the other two made an even sterner expression when they saw her reaction. Their slight hope that it was a mistake was completely crushed. Nasha was a nice girl, she did all her job earnestly, and she got along well with the other members in the gang. Recently, she was even given the responsibility to supervise some of the other members. Cheryl, Ario, and Alicia trusted her. That was why it came as a big shock for all three of them. "So that's true, huh? Come in." With that signal from Ario, some of the other gang members came into the room. They immediately surrounded Nasha and froze. They were only told to come in and secure someone that might anger Akira. They did not know who that someone was. So no one expected that it would be Nasha. Those children looked conflicted as they looked in Cheryl's direction. They could feel the heavy air coming from her. So they started securing Nasha, although they still had a pained look on their faces. Nasha did not fight back at all. Nasha just stood there with her head down. Both of her arms were grabbed by the other children to make sure that she won't be able to do anything. Looking at that, Alicia worriedly said to Cheryl, "Cheryl, so, what do you plan to do with her?" Cheryl could understand Alicia's wish to help Nasha if it was possible. But if she tried to cover for her, it might put her and her gang in danger. Nasha used the money that Alna stole from Akira to join Cheryl's gang. She then helped Alna to run away even after Akira made such a frightening expression. At that point, Cheryl could no longer protect Nasha. Moreover, Cheryl also had come to know that Akira only stayed behind after leaving her to Carol in order to kill that Alna. He wanted to kill Alna so bad that he would jump into a battlefield that was filled with tanks and powered suits. She could not tell how far his killing intent would go, whether it would include people who helped Alna get away, or if it would even include those people who were not able to prevent that, or if it would include people that he thought protected anyone involved in that matter. When Cheryl thought about that, there was no way she could protect Nasha. Cheryl did not say anything as she took out her information terminal. She paused for a bit to get herself ready before initiating a call to Akira. "It's Cheryl. I have something to talk about. Is this a good time?" The mood inside the room tensed up. Everyone was looking in Cheryl's direction. Cheryl was apologizing while trying to explain what was going on to Akira. When she did that, Akira did not say anything back. He did not say anything that sounded as if he was surprised or angry. Not even a slight reply to let Cheryl know that he was listening. He was just silent. It was even dubious if he was properly listening or not. Cheryl could not bring herself to ask Akira if he was listening. She could not tell if Akira was trying to calm himself down, or if he was too angry to say anything back. She could only pray that it was not because Akira had abandoned the gang as she kept on talking. After she explained everything, Akira then said, "I see. All right, I'll head there now." "I understand, we'll be waiting." Akira ended the call there. Cheryl sighed in relief. Alicia then worriedly asked Cheryl a question. "How was it?" "Akira is coming." Cheryl only said that. Alicia wanted to ask if there was a chance to save Nasha, but after seeing Cheryl's reaction, she decided not to. Not too long after that, Akira came into the room. All the other children that surrounded Nasha stepped back all the way to the wall so as not to get involved in Akira's fury. Nasha had completely given up hope. She was scared, but not to the point that she was shaken up. She had resolved herself knowing that something like this might happen the moment she joined Cheryl's gang. "I'm sorry, Alna. It seems that this is the end for me. I hope that you at least can live well." Nasha smiled lonely at the thought of Alna. Akira stood in front of Nasha. "So this one is Nasha, right? Let her go." The guys who were holding both of Nasha's arms released her and stepped away just like the other children. "Come." Akira only said that and headed to the door. Nasha did not follow him. She only stood there with a bewildered face. She thought that he would kill her there. So Akira turned around and said, "I don't mind dragging you out though if you prefer that." Nasha still had a bewildered look, but she started following behind him. Akira then left the room with her. Cheryl and the other children could only see them leave without doing or saying anything. They were only standing there, looking slightly confused since Akira left without blaming anyone at all. Asterisk. 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 Inside the Drankum base, Mizuha was yelling in anger. The reason was the person that she was on a call with. "Viola, it's pretty bold of you to call me after what you did." Mizuha's anger was obvious from her voice, but in contrast to that, Viola replied back calmly and casually. "Oh my, you didn't find my service satisfying? I did finish your request almost perfectly, you know? Alna is dead, not because she simply vanished, but because she was killed and there was a corpse to prove it. So there is no doubt that she's dead for good. And since the reason for her death is because she got swallowed in the battle between Horia's and Izant family, no one would expect that it had anything to do with you. So what is it that you don't like about?" Mizuha was really annoyed at how Viola was playing innocent there. She was trying to be careful not to raise her voice too high. "Don't kid with me. I didn't say anything about telling Katsuya about that and sending him into that battlefield. What the heck were you thinking? What were you going to do if he got killed there? Are you planning to make an enemy out of me?" "Oh, about that, huh? I have nothing to do with that matter, you know? It's not a part of my job after all." "Do you really think that I believe you?" "Well, I won't tell you to believe me. But it's the truth. Moreover, whether it's a person or an organization, anyone who antagonizes me, they all end up dead, you know. After all, it would be a hassle to deal with them if they ever come for revenge later. So like, do you want to get killed or the whole Drankum gang destroyed by tomorrow or something? No. Thought so. Moreover, if you didn't want Katsuya to get involved, you could have sent him for a hunter job somewhere far away for some time, no? You should have known that something would happen the moment you put that request for me. That's why I didn't warn you at all. And you would still blame that on me? Well, though I'm sure it's not that simple with Drankum involved though. Mizuha twitched. She did not have anything to counter that argument. If she said that it was Viola's fault, then in turn it would mean that it was Mizuha's own mistake for not being able to predict that. Since she did not want to admit it, she came up with another excuse. Katsuya is already assigned to another job in Kazusuhara Ruin Frontline Temporary Base. And Kagomayama City thinks highly of him. That's why I can't just suddenly assign him to another job. Is that so? But that's your problem, right? So even if you tell me so, it's not like I can do anything about it, right? After a short pause, both of them were trying to probe what the other person was thinking. After that, Viola sounded as if she had given up and decided to step back. Well, putting that aside, since you're not happy with my work, I don't feel like taking my reward just like this too. So it's okay if I transfer it back, right? But with one condition. One condition? What is it? Tell me how Katsuya discovered Alna's location that day. I'll give my reward back to you as a payment for that info. I might even give you some bonus too, depending on how much details you can give me. Mizuha was a bit surprised by that request. What are you scheming this time? It was you who told him, right? As I said, it wasn't me. I don't know who or what organization did that, but the one that I sent there as the trigger for that battle was only Akira. Akira was the only one that I told about Alna's whereabouts. I didn't say anything to Katsuya or anyone around him that might let him know. But even so, Katsuya did go there and made a mess of my plan. Because of that, I ended up in hospital after Akira shot me. I'm still in the hospital even right now, you know? Really? I would be really happy if you come to visit me though. Viola was telling Mizuha to come and check it for herself if she was suspicious of Viola lying. And with that, most of her suspicion about Viola letting Katsuya know about Alna's location had also vanished. Viola then added, if everything went as I planned, I wouldn't be in the hospital right now. That's why I want to know the reason why someone would want to mess up my plan by telling Katsuya where Alna was. Of course, I'm planning to investigate it further myself. But it's easier for you to investigate within Drankum, right? And even if I'm planning to ask Katsuya myself, it would be easier if you're the one to do that for me, right? Viola sounded as if she had a grudge against whoever told Katsuya about Alna. Mizuha's suspicion reduced even further. So it really wasn't you. Yeah, I didn't tell Katsuya anything. I have my reputation to be held as an information broker, you know. I won't do something as stupid as leaking the information after a contract like that. My information is always correct. That's why people keep buying information from me, even after they know the bad rumors about me. You do know that well yourself, no? Mizuha took some time to think. Even if Viola might put in some of her personal opinions in her information, she would never leak any information and the information itself would always be correct. It was as if she was standing at an intersection and there was a trap if she went to the right. She was properly told so by Viola, so if she went to the right without trusting Viola, she might as well get hurt. But if she trusted Viola and went left, she might find a worse trap and get hurt even worse than if she had gone right. But if she believed someone else, went to the right and avoided the worst trap on the left, it felt like Viola then would happily take whatever treasure that she could find on the left. Viola's bad habit was how she manipulated people with correct information. Mizuha herself knew that very well. Which meant that she must be telling the truth when she said that she did not tell Katsuya anything about Alna, or at least that was what Mizuha thought. Very well. Either way, Drankum will do our own investigation too. We'll send a copy of the report to you too, is that good enough? We have a deal then, thanks. By the way, I already returned back the reward that I received so you can go ahead and check it. I'll transfer more if you can give me good info. That's it then, bye-bye. Viola closed the call. Mizuha checked her bank account and confirmed that she got back the money she had given to Viola. It was as if Viola knew that Mizuha would accept her condition. Mizuha felt slight displeasure after realizing that Viola had completely read her. but she immediately moved on to something else. If it was not Viola, then who told Katsuya about Alna? Mizuha could feel slight anger for whoever was it who sent Katsuya to that dangerous battlefield as she immediately planned her investigation. Rebuild World Chapter 167, Balancing the Scale. Nasha followed behind Akira. She was looking at Akira's back while walking through the street of the slum city. Akira did not look back at all as he kept walking forward. It might be a good chance for her to run away. But Nasha did not harbor such thoughts, she had no wish to do so. Akira knew that she was not following him when they were back in Cheryl's base even without looking back. That was why she thought that Akira must know whether or not she was following him at the moment, and it might be futile to even try to run away in such a situation. Nasha had already given up. Because of that, she did not have the will to fight back. She was only following behind Akira without saying anything. Akira hopped on his vehicle that he parked close by and said, "Get in." Nasha obediently climbed to the driver's assistant seat. Akira then drove out from the slum and into the wasteland. It had been a few minutes since Akira and Nasha left the city. Akira did not say anything, but he looked slightly annoyed as he was driving the vehicle. Looking at him, Nasha got even more confused. Some hunters would only kill people in the wasteland, so at first, Nasha thought that Akira might be bringing her out to the wasteland just to kill her. But it already had been a few minutes since they left the city. If Akira was planning to kill her and dump her body in the wasteland, they were already far enough from the city. Eventually, she could not hold back her curiosity. Where are we going? Well, to Narahagaka City. Narahagaka City. You've never heard of it? It's a city to the west of Kagomayama City. Although it's not as big as Kagomayama City, it still has a wall protecting it. Well, you can think of it as a smaller version of Kagomayama City. Or so I heard. Though I asked you if you've ever heard of it, to be honest, I only came to know about it recently too. So I don't know much about that city either. How about you? I've heard that name before, but nothing more. I see. Their conversation ended with that. Nasha got even more confused and stopped the conversation there. Silence returned back between them. With time, Nasha's confusion pushed her to ask another question. What are you planning to do with me once we arrive there? Nothing. That's not right. I'm planning to take you there and leave you in that city. Leave me? I'll head back straight home after I drop you in that city. You might hate me for leaving you in a place that you know nothing about, but that's just how it is. Sorry about that. If I leave you somewhere nearby, I feel like it'll only cause trouble later on after all. Or more like, that kind of thing has already happened once before. Akira casually pointed at the rucksack that he put in the back of his vehicle. And it's not like I'm going to leave you in an unknown place so that you'll starve to death. I'll at least give you some money, a gun, and some clothes. You can take that rucksack with you. But that's all I'll do for you. Then you can do anything you want. So sorry, but you'll have to do everything by yourself after that. Nasha opened the rucksack and looked at its contents. It was true that there were some hunter clothes and a gun inside. Even though I did tell you that you can do anything you want, I don't recommend going back to Kagomayama City. Cheryl and her gang also have their reputation to maintain, so I'm sure that they won't ignore you if they spot you, and I have no plans to tell them to let you go just because I spared you. Nasha was surprised. She looked at Akira and at the rucksack alternately. She looked completely flabbergasted. You're going to spare me? Why? Akira hesitated. Well, it's fine, isn't it? It's just out of a whim. Nasha seemed to be thinking hard. She then said with a rather stiff expression, "Please tell me. Is it really that important?" "Yes, so please tell me. Just think of it as a weird guy making a weird decision. Please tell me." Akira looked at Nasha in the eyes and slightly squinted his eyes. "If you keep pushing your luck, I might change my mind, you know." Nasha replied while looking straight into Akira's eyes. "It doesn't matter, please tell me." Nasha still asked for an answer, although Akira said that he might kill her if she kept pursuing that subject. Akira was a bit surprised by it. But he could feel that it was not something that he could just ignore. So he sighed and said as if he was confessing, "It's just balancing out the scale." Nasha did not expect such an answer at all. She tilted her head in confusion. "What do you mean by that?" "I killed your best friend. So to balance that out, I'll spare your life." Nasha froze. She then said with a shaking voice, "You killed Alna?" "Yeah, I did." Nasha felt a storm of emotion struck her. Her best friend was killed and the person who killed her best friend was pitying her right now. It stirred her emotion even more. "Are you saying that you feel guilty for killing Alna, but since you had no other choice but to kill her, you'll spare me in her place? Is that what you mean when you said, it's for balancing the scale?" "No. I did kill her because I wanted to, and it's not like I'm sparing you because I feel guilty for it." "Then why?" Nasha raised her voice. She looked at Akira with hatred and vengeance, but Akira was not surprised at all. As a matter of fact, he was completely calm. But that only served to stir her emotion even further. With her emotions brimming, Nasha looked away from Akira for a split second. That was when her eyes wandered to the gun inside the rucksack. She immediately reached for that gun and released the safety trigger while glaring at Akira. But even so, Akira did not show any reaction at all. "I killed your best friend, so I won't tell you not to hate me. But don't think that I'll just let you kill me. If you want to give it a try although you know the outcome, then be my guest." Akira pointed out the power gap between him and Nasha and stopped her. But his next sentence changed that. "And also, although it might be weird for me to say this, do you think that Alna wants you to go that far to avenge her death?" Nasha's anger welled up again. She was on the verge of pointing the gun in her hand at Akira as she screamed as hard as she could at him. You know nothing about Alna." "Yeah, that's why I'm asking you since you must really know her well. You're her best friend, right?" Akira looked straight at Nasha who was staring dagger at him. He was seriously asking Nasha a question there. Nasha was taken aback to the point that it erased all of her anger. She was baffled and was shaking while making a very confused face. Akira looked straight at Nasha without saying anything. Nasha imagined Alna's figure from all the memories that they had together. That Alna in her mind threw a sad smile at her and said something to her. Nasha stopped shaking. She then pointed the gun in her hand at Akira with a pained face. A gunshot echoed through the wasteland. The bullet went and vanished into the distance. Akira had slightly shifted Nasha's hand right before she pulled the trigger. Nasha lightly smiled. She somehow looked relieved. But even after that, Akira still did not do anything to her while having a flat expression. The smile vanished from Nasha's face. She looked slightly confused and said with a pained voice, "Kill me already. Just kill me. I shot at you, you know. Are you still going to spare me?" Akira did not say anything as he shook his head. "Sorry, but I'm already strong enough to know whether my life is in danger or not. If you want to kill yourself, you can do it on your own. And if you fail even after that, I'll at least warn you not to do that again." Nasha fell on her knee. In the end, she could not save her best friend and she could not die in the same fashion as her best friend died. All kinds of feelings were mixed inside her heart as she started screaming and crying as if to vent her anger and sadness. A few minutes later, they were still midway to Narahagaka City. Nasha had cried herself out to the point that she was too tired to keep crying. After venting all of her emotion through her tears and crying her eyes out, she finally calmed down and just sat there silently on the driver's assistant seat. Nasha once again looked at Akira and mumbled with a small voice, "What's with that balancing the scale?" "Before I answer that, I want to confirm something first. That Alna, your best friend, was she the kind of girl who would tell you to avenge her death, although it's hopelessly impossible?" Nasha shook her head. "No, it's something that I did out of my own volition. I'm sure that she would tell me to just forget it. She might even get angry at me if she knew that I tried." "I see, she must have been a kind girl." "Yes, she was." They then continued talking calmly. "About balancing the scale, huh? Well, it's basically just about testing luck." "Testing luck?" "Yeah, for some reason it seems that I have very bad luck, you see. Thanks to that, I've gone through a lot in the past." Basically, it was as if Akira was taking a gamble. He then continued, It's about that time when I killed Alna. There was someone really strong protecting her, and he is also a kind person. Although he has no debt nor has been offered a reward for it, he gave his best to protect Alna. Since he even went that far, he and the girl he was protecting might as well be good people, but even so, I still killed Alna. If I kill a good person, it feels like it'll bring some bad karma on me later. That might be the reason why I have very bad luck. As a matter of fact, I did encounter something really troublesome right after I killed her. I would have been able to evade it if I had given up on killing her. So well, I guess I just reaped what I sowed there. Nasha was really happy to hear that someone did that much to protect her best friend. But at the same time, it also made her feel sad knowing that Alna had done something so that someone would still want to kill her despite having someone like Katsuya protecting her. Then why didn't you spare her just like how you did to me? Akira felt that Nasha was not blaming him. She simply just wanted to know. So he answered her question honestly. I couldn't, it's a matter of my personality. Even if you ask me why I couldn't do that, I don't think I can come up with anything that might convince you. I see. Oh. It doesn't matter how strong they are. People will die when they get unlucky. That's what I believe. The reason why I'm sparing you is simply because I think it might improve my bad luck, even if it's only by a bit. So basically, I am doing this for my own sake. Although I said it's for balancing the scale, I don't think this is anywhere near enough to accomplish it. But it's still better than nothing. That's all the reason I have. I don't do this because of any other profound reasons or anything. It was an absurd reasoning. It might be true that Alna was killed because she was unlucky and Nasha was spared because she was lucky, but Nasha still felt something did not feel right. Was there really no other way for Alna? Was killing her the only choice you had? As I said, it's a matter of my personality, so it's not like I can do anything about it. No, that isn't what I meant. I mean, like, if something else, no matter how small it is, if there was anything that could have been done to save her life. Let's see then. Akira tried to think of all kinds of scenarios where Alna might have been saved. If only Alna did not aim for Akira that day, or Akira did not lower his guard, or Alna was not able to steal Akira's wallet, or if Alna did not meet Katsuya, or Katsuya did not protect her that time, or if Katsuya did not push Akira back and triggered the domino effect which led to Alna's death, if that failure did not spread out as a rumor that discredited Akira, if only that rumor did not cause the robbers to attack Cheryl's base, or that Alna did not get kidnapped by Izant family, or if Katsuya came sooner to save Alna. Akira put out all the scenarios where Alna might be saved. After listening to everything, Nasha had a sad smile as she said, so, even with all of those possible scenarios, Alna still got killed, huh? That would mean she's really unlucky. Do you know that Alna is a really good pickpocket? No. She's really talented in stealing wallets. Because of that, all kinds of people tried to get their hands on her to make her steal for them. Alna was having it hard too. But, there's nothing commendable about stealing others' money, right? She might have gotten that bad luck because of all the bad things that she had done up until now. If only I had stopped her sooner, she might have got luckier, and she wouldn't need to die. Nasha felt so frustrated by her inability to help. Although she had already cried her eyes out, she started to tear up again. Akira did not say if that was true or not, he just kept quiet. Akira and Nasha reached Narahagaka City right around evening. He dropped Nasha in front of the hunter office near the city wall. Nasha had already changed to the clothes that Akira gave her. It was rather shabby-looking hunter clothing. It was a suitable cloth for someone who would visit that hunter office. It was rather good clothing for someone from the slum. Compared to her previous clothes, people would ridicule her less with that attire. So then, well, it might be weird to hear this from me, but be well. Yes, Akira-san. You too. After they exchanged a rather formal-sounding goodbyes, Nasha looked at Akira with a serious face and said, I think I hate you. You killed Alna. I might carry this grudge until I die. Just like Alna, who did all she did because of reasons, Akira also had his reasons for doing what he did. If a hunter had a bad rumor spread which lowered his or her reputation, it might turn fatal for that hunter. That was why Nasha understood that there were things that a hunter like Akira could not back off from. Although Nasha did not do it intentionally, She also helped spread such horrendous rumors about Akira. Not only did she use the money that Alna stole from Akira to join Cheryl's gang, she also leaked the information about Akira to Alna to help Alna escape. Normally, it would not be strange if Akira wanted to kill her, but he still spared her life. But even so, thank you very much for sparing me. Nasha did shoot Akira, cried her eyes out, and talked all kinds of things with him. One good thing about it was that she was able to move on from her best friend's death. Although it was not like all of her grudges were gone, at least it was enough to help her to stand back on her feet. She bowed deeply at Akira as thanks. Akira did not expect to be thanked, so he was really surprised. After that, he looked slightly sad as he smiled and said to Nasha, "You're also a nice person, huh?" "Is that so? I did try to shoot you, you know?" Even nice people sometimes have to do extreme things too. But even so, that's not enough as a reason to let someone steal my wallet or kill me. That's all there's to it. Is that the reason why you killed Alna? Yes, half of it. Then what's the other half? The other half is that I didn't have the leeway to spare her life because of my personality, how cowardly I am and how weak I am. If only I had been strong enough, well, I might have let it slide with a kick. By then. Akira was about to leave, but Nasha suddenly stopped him. "Before you go, can I ask you to convey a message for Cheryl-san? I'm really sorry for betraying her trust after all. I don't think I'll ever meet her again." "All right, I'll let her know." "Thank you very much." Nasha saw Akira off until he completely vanished from her views. After that, she started walking away firmly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Cheryl was in her private room when a call reached her. "I see, so you left Nasha in Narahagaka City, huh?" "Yeah, sorry for doing that without consulting with you first. I'm sure we could have found a better alternative if I did. So sorry about that." "Please don't be. If Akira is okay with it, then I have no complaint about it either. So please don't worry about it." Cheryl was not lying when she said that. She was relieved. She was actually waiting nervously until Akira called her. She had no idea what kind of deal Akira made with Nasha, but judging from the call, it seemed that they were able to find a peaceful solution. It even sounded as if Akira had a good impression of Nasha. Judging from there, it did not seem that Cheryl and her gang were in any danger at all. Cheryl was thankful to Nasha for that. And there's a message from Nasha. She's sorry for betraying your trust. So there, I already told you. Though it might be weird for me to say this, there's no need to hold a grudge against her any longer. Okay? Yes, if you said so, then I have no problem with it. Cheryl replied back firmly. Akira was a little bit weirded out by that. All right then. Well, you can do whatever you want to handle the rest after this. You let Viola live and even took Nasha all the way to Narahagaka City, so you could have spared Alna too, no? That way you would not have needed to fight that black-powered suit and get into all of those troubles, right? So I'm just wondering how you made all of these decisions. Akira smiled bitterly. He also looked slightly annoyed. Sorry about that. I didn't think that it would cause this much trouble. Though it's already too late. Now I can understand why Elena-san and Sarah-san warned me. No, that's not right. I don't think even Elena-san and Sarah-san knew that it would cause this much trouble. To Akira, Alna was the evidence of his weakness. He feared that he would return back to the slum if he kept making the same failure. The reason why he wanted to kill Alna no matter what was also because he wanted to wash himself clean of that fear. And with Alna dead now, his state of mind returned back to normal. I feel bad for being rude to Elena-san and Sarah-san, although they were only worrying about me. Akira sighed. He sounded slightly sad. Sarah's and Elena's warning was correct and he ignored that. He felt like he should apologize to them. Alpha smiled and tried to cheer him up. If you feel bad about it, then you should be more careful next time. That way you would not worry other people too much. Of course, that includes me too. Of course. Akira returned Alpha's smile with a bitter smile. By the way, what's your plan with Katsuya? Katsuya? What's about him? You did fight each other back then. If you want to be more careful to avoid any possible extra trouble, it might be a good idea to just forget about him even if you actually don't want to. Akira nodded in agreement, but his face immediately changed as if to say that he actually did not care. I see, so that's what you meant, huh? Rather than forgetting about him, I actually don't care about him in the first place though. After all, the only reason I fought him was simply because he was blocking me from killing Alna. It's not like I have a grudge against him that I want to kill him or anything like that. So it depends on what he is going to do. Personally speaking, I don't really care about him. After he said that, Akira's face turned serious. But if he comes at me for revenge, then I have no other choice. I'll kill him too. Alpha smiled as if to lighten the heavy mood oozing from Akira. I see, in that case, just to be safe as well as to prevent him from trying to do that, you need to become stronger. If you are strong enough, I'm sure he won't even try to come at you. So let's get better equipments for the sake of that. Akira lightly smiled. The heavy mood that was oozing from him right until now had completely vanished. I already spent 400 million orum for my equipments, and it's still not enough, huh? At least one thing for sure, it's not enough to accomplish my request. I still need you to work hard for that one too. Roger that. It seems that I still have a long way to go. Akira lightly smiled as he kept on driving through the dark night. He had become strong enough to get out from the slum and traverse the wasteland. But that was still not enough. Akira could not even imagine just how strong he needed to be. Asterisk. 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 Yanagisawa was staring at an empty space. There was no one there. But from Yanagisawa's point of view, he could see many faces of hunters through the augmented reality display that he was using. Yanagisawa focused on one person. When he did that, detailed information of that hunter came up in the information terminal on his hand. Are you the one? Yanagisawa mumbled so as he thought of all the factors that supported his guess. He then considered all the factors that denied it. After doing all the calculations and summing up the result, he then said, that would be a no. The information about that hunter vanished and was replaced with the information of another hunter. Is it you then? He did just like last time and concluded. That would also be a no. Yanagisawa kept doing so for a few times through information about different hunters of all ages and genders, cyborgs and non-cyborgs. Are you the one then? Just like last time, information of a certain hunter was displayed on his information terminal. This time it was Akira. A young hunter from the slum, huh? Let's assume that he can connect to the old world domain. Then let's assume he met one of them when he went to Kazusuhara Ruin and made a contract with them. Due to that contract he got help to find relics, then he used the money that he got from selling those relics to buy equipment, and eventually they invited him to that place. The beguiling ghost. It's a rumor that I spread to help people find them. He has become so strong as a hunter so fast, which might as well be thanks to that contract with them. Everything makes sense here. Compared to the other hunters up until now, Yanagisawa came up with a lot of factors to affirm his guess there. But his expression then turned slightly more serious than usual and continued. But, although he's strong, he's far away from being strong enough to go to that place. So it's doubtful if they would make a contract with someone as weak as him. But let's assume here that they did. It's strange that he almost got killed these many times. That emergency request from Katsuragi. That encounter with the relic thieves. That time when his vehicle was eaten by that bounty monster. Then that battle in Saranthal building as well as the battle that happened yesterday. It won't be strange for him to get killed on any of those occasions. If he's in contract with them, they would have done something to make sure that the people that they're in contract with would stay alive by keeping them from getting in those dangerous situations. So he wouldn't meet this many dangerous occasions. In conclusion, he doesn't seem to be the one. If I have to say, it's more like he's one of those gifted people who then got his talent bloom when he's still young, then got lucky enough to find old world relics and reach success as a hunter. It's a rare case but not impossible. Yanagisawa listed all the factors that denied his guess and finally made his conclusion. Then that would be a no too, I guess. Yanagisawa thought that he still needed more materials to decide. So for now, he kept Akira's name on the candidate list. The list had already been filled with so many names. Yanagisawa then moved on to the next hunter. Are you the one then? Yanagisawa looked closely at the information displayed in front of him. It was about Katsuya. A hunter from Drankum. The gang has always been thinking of him highly, but lately, his performance has been increasing significantly. In the past, his name had even come up in the reports to the city management, but now some of the people in the city management even recognize his strength. Judging from the numbers, it can even be said that it's as if he's a completely different person. If he's someone who can connect to the old world domain and get in a contract with them, that would explain the sudden increase in his performance. After listing all the factors that approved his guess, just like before, Yanagisawa started listing all the factors that denied his guess. But he only got this strong after that battle in Mihazono Ruin. No, is it when he was fighting in that battle near the Saranthal building? Either way, it's not when he was in Kazusuhara Ruin. None of them should be in Mihazono Ruin. Or at least, there's no past record of finding them in ruins other than Kazusuhara Ruin. Although putting my trust on the record without much evidence is a bad thing, I cannot just ignore it either. Moreover, he's still far from being strong enough to go to that place. If I have to say, it sounds more like something happened in that battle near the Saranthal building that triggered his growth. It's not a rare thing for hunters to be pulled out of their slumps because of some kind of trigger. When Yanagisawa was about to make his decision, something piqued his interest. Saranthal building, huh? And this date? I was there too when he came to the Saranthal building. But at that time my appointment reservation was deleted. They usually only stay in Kazusuhara Ruin though. So did they come to the Saranthal building temporarily to erase my appointment reservation? If that's the case, then this boy might. No, wait, it's not right to force my guess like this. If I force it here, it'll affect all my decisions later. In the first place, it's all under the assumption that he can connect to the old world. It's just an assumption, it's okay to use it for checking all the possibilities, but it's wrong to put my bet on an assumption. When Yanagisawa was about to continue, he received a call from someone. He stopped there, checked the call, and frowned when he found that it was not from someone that he could just ignore. So he took a deep breath and smiled just like usual before accepting the call. It's still Nergo, right? Or have you changed your name again? I've given my name for the great cause, so it's not something that I can do lightly numerous times. I see. So you're still Nergo right now, huh? What is it then? Yanagisawa sounded pretty casual, but in contrast to that, Nergo replied back with a rather serious tone. Do you know anything about a young hunter in Drenkum by the name of Katsuya? Yanagisawa glanced at Katsuya's information and faked ignorance. Katsuya? It's that guy, right? That young hunter from Drenkum who has been doing pretty well lately, right? I heard that he even caused Drenkum to break into factions. It's that one, right? Yeah. There's something that I need to confirm about Katsuya to my other brothers. Or more like I need their permission. Permission? For what? I want to secure him. Yanagisawa was surprised. He did not expect that from Nergo at all. But he replied with a light joke. Well, of course I'll help you out, but I'm still a part of the city management staff, you see. If you ask me if it's okay to kidnap one of our hunters, I have no other choice but to say no. Or more like, in the first place, why would you bring that up to me? We want to maintain a good relationship with you. What do you mean? There's a possibility that Katsuya might be someone that we're looking for. I know you're looking for one too, right? Someone who could connect to the old world domain from the Kazusuhara Ruin. Yanagisawa's smile vanished. Nergo did not notice it at all as he casually stated. Katsuya can connect to the old world domain. Oh. Yanagisawa's smile returned back. But this time it was not a fake smile, he was really jovial after hearing that statement. Rebuild World Chapter 168. Restarting Hunter Activities. Shizuka was waiting at her shop just like usual when she spotted Akira. As she was about to call him, she stopped when she realized that he was acting weird. Akira looked a bit scared as he carefully entered the shop. He looked around as if he was searching for someone. After he confirmed that the person he was looking for was not there, he sighed in relief but with a rather conflicted face. Welcome. Shizuka smiled and welcomed him. Akira twitched and awkwardly smiled back. Shizuka found it weird, but for now she was relieved to see his smile. Akira no longer gave off that tense mood which he exuded when he was talking to Elena and Sarah last time. Even after Akira came to the counter, he seemed to be wanting to say something but hesitating to do so. Shizuka was curious about that, but for now she decided to just smile and gave her usual business-like service. So what do you need today? Though I feel like it's rather too soon for you to come here for ammo after all. It hasn't been that long since the last time you came. Or is it that you're here just for a chit-chat? If that's the case, I don't mind at all, you know. No, I'm here for ammo. Is that so? I thought you bought enough ammo the last time you came here for your new equipment. Did you go on a monster curbing request to get yourself familiar with your new augmented suit or something and used a lot of your ammo there? Things happen, you see. Is that so? Then is the usual okay? No, I might need other things too. Akira sounded a little bit scared as he placed his order. Shizuka was listening to him calmly, but inside, she was actually pretty surprised. She did not think that he would need a new repair cartridge for his augmented suit, a replacement for the anti-force field armor-piercing bullet that he bought as a lucky charm, and bullets plus energy cartridge enough for a normal battle this quickly. Shizuka slightly frowned and said, I'm sorry, but I can't give you the repair cartridge right away. That thing is pretty expensive after all, so I don't have that ready in my shop. But if you need it immediately, I'll place an express order for that. Akira shook his head flusteredly. It's fine. I don't need it that badly. I just thought that I need to buy some while I have the money and the chance while I still remember it. Okay then. In that case, I'll put a normal order for the repair cartridge. You can get the rest just fine. You're buying quite a lot this time, so if you're here with your vehicle, can you bring it to the back of the shop? Shizuka smiled and said so, to which Akira flusteredly replied, all right. Akira slightly slumped as if he had given up and went out to bring his vehicle to the back of the shop. Akira was loading ammo and other stuff into his vehicle. Shizuka, who was looking at him, then casually asked him, Say Akira, that vehicle is a rental vehicle, right? How about the one that you got from me? Did you send it for repair or something? Akira stopped. He avoided looking straight at Shizuka as he replied, No, actually, I'm sorry, I no longer can use that one. What do you mean by that? Things happened. Akira was not lying. The vehicle that he bought from Shizuka was no longer available for him to use. But that already happened a few battles ago. To be more precise, that vehicle was broken when Akira fought that bounty monster. He was thinking of buying a similar vehicle sometime soon or buying a better one so he could use that as an excuse to replace the vehicle that he received from Shizuka. But before that happened, even his new vehicle got wrecked right afterwards, taking away all the ammo and medicine that he had in that vehicle with it. That was why he was buying new supplies today. Judging from Akira's reaction, Shizuka thought that he looked like a small boy who was scared of telling the truth. And when she made a guess as to the reason why, she said to Akira as if to calm him down, Say Akira, about last time. Do you hate Elena and Sarah now after what happened? If that's the case, I won't force you to reconcile with them. But I hope you would understand Elena and Sarah did not do that because of any ill will. They were just worried about you, though you might not like it. Akira thought that he would get scolded for losing his vehicle. That was why he was slightly surprised when Shizuka brought that up. He then flusteredly shook his head and said, Not at all. To be honest, I'm actually a bit worried that Sarah-san and Elena-san hate me now, since I thought I did something rather rude when they only tried to stop me since they're worried about me. And it's as they said, it really was not worth the trouble. I might have really gotten a bit too emotional back then. I know I can be a bit stubborn sometimes, though it may be too late to say that now. Akira looked a bit down and seemed to feel bad for what he did. Shizuka, who saw that, smiled at him to cheer him up. I don't know what happened for you to lose your vehicle, but I'm glad that you're fine. Are you injured? Not at all, I'm all right. Then that's all that matters. Make sure to take care of your body. I'll at least tell Elena and Sarah that you're not that bothered by last time too. You did look a bit scared coming in after all, so I bet you feel awkward coming to my shop now. Shizuka smiled bitterly as she said so. Akira replied back also with a bitter smile. I'm sorry and thank you. Don't mention it. I'll make sure to let them know. Don't worry, it's not like they are angry at you, so it'll be fine. Akira looked obviously relieved there. Seeing that, Shizuka happily smiled and said, "But still, I'm really glad that your friendship with Elena and Sarah didn't break up. If you guys are on bad terms, it would be awkward for both of you to come to this shop and it would hurt my revenue." Shizuka smiled when she said that, so Akira smiled back at her. After Akira loaded all his new ammo and other supplies into his vehicle, he then went straight back home. Shizuka saw him off with a smile. When Akira was no longer in her view, her smile slightly turned cloudy. Wasn't worth the trouble, huh? Shizuka noticed that Akira had killed Alna. Akira sounded a bit regretful when he said that it was not worth the trouble. Shizuka bet that it must be the reason why Akira lost his vehicle and came there today to buy supplies. Elena and Sarah did try to stop him, and Shizuka herself also had told him to put a serious thought about it first, but even so, he still went and killed that pickpocket. Judging from his reaction last time, Shizuka thought that it was unlikely for them to find a peaceful solution to that matter. This time he had regained his calm to the point that he could say he might have gotten a bit stubborn back then, which made it likely that he had regained his calm after killing that pickpocket. If that was really the case, that would explain why Akira looked a bit scared when he entered the shop. He ignored the warnings from the people close to him and went to kill that pickpocket, so it must be awkward for him to meet them now. Or at least, that was what Shizuka's intuition was telling her. From that guess, Shizuka then thought. Although she did not feel any sympathy for the pickpocket that Akira killed, she felt sad for Akira who killed that pickpocket. Akira had become strong enough to buy 400 million ORM equipment, and even after acquiring that much power, the possible danger and loss from killing that pickpocket could not stop him from doing so. Power would normally provide leeway and tolerance. But the power that Akira had gained was not enough to provide him with enough leeway and tolerance to let matters with pickpocket go. Akira's mind was still stuck as if he was still living in the slum. Shizuka felt sad when she thought how much strength Akira needed to be able to just laugh it off when something like that happened, and how many times he had been reminded of his weakness to the point that he unconsciously craved for more power. "I guess for now, I need to let Sarah and Elena know as soon as possible, huh?" Moping would not change anything. In order to move on from that matter for her own sake as well as Elena's and Sarah's, Shizuka decided that she should let Sarah and Elena know with a smile that their last conversation with Akira was nothing to worry about. Shizuka thought so as she went back to her shop with a light smile. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Yatsubayashi had both an experiment room and a treatment room in his clinic. He treated people who came to his clinic either in the experiment room or in the other room depending on how much money those people could pay him. And since his clinic was in the slum, most of the people who came there got sent to the experiment room. There was also another room in his clinic. It was a special room where people could not just casually come in. It was a room neither for experiment nor for treatment. Inside that big room there were all kinds of mysterious devices lined up. In the middle of that room there was a bed, and Tayal was sitting on that bed. Tayal was only looking forward with an empty stare as if he was daydreaming. Although his hand and legs were secured with some thick steel, he did not seem to be bothered by that at all. He was just sitting there with an absent mind. There was no window in that room. The walls were soundproof so no sound could come in, and since Tayal was only sitting there in silence, the room was incredibly silent. In that isolated room, Tayal suddenly looked at the door. That was when the door opened and Yatsubayashi came in. "I'm here with your food." When Yatsubayashi came inside that room with the food, Tayal had already returned back to looking forward with an empty look. Yatsubayashi sat in front of Tayal and used the metallic fork to feed Tayal. When he did that, Tayal opened his mouth and chomped the food down, together with the metallic fork. Yatsubayashi looked at the fork that had lost its head and mumbled, "I guess this means that it's another failure, huh?" When Yatsubayashi extended the fork that had lost its head back to Tayal, he started to eat that fork too. After that, he also ate the food that Yatsubayashi brought in as well as the metallic plate that he had used to carry that food. Yatsubayashi carefully held the plate so as not to get his hand eaten too, and quickly pulled his hand back when Tayal finished the plate too. Once he was done eating, Tayal stared at Yatsubayashi. Though he was properly looking at Yatsubayashi, there was no emotion in his gaze. It was as if he was simply looking at something near him. Even when Yatsubayashi wiped Tayal's mouth, Tayal showed no reaction at all. Yatsubayashi frowned and looked rather disappointed. Well, this is another failure for sure. I was sure that it would be a success though. His wounds are perfectly healed and it doesn't seem like there are any bad physical side effects. But I guess the drug affected his brain, huh? I guess it means I should recalculate everything starting from its effect on the brain. Or is it that I didn't fully clear the nanomachines that it's now affecting him? I have no answer at all. I guess I'll keep observing him for now. Yatsubayashi sighed. He then stood up and went towards the door. Before he reached for the door's handle, he looked back at Tayal. Tayal-kun, you were the one who told me that you don't mind participating in my experiment, as long as I healed you. I did my best there, so don't blame me, okay? See you tomorrow then. Yatsubayashi only said so and left the room with a smile. The patient beds in his clinic were filled with patients after all the ruckus yesterday. He could not just ignore them for the sake of collecting money for his own experiment, so he was busy that day. Because of that, he could not spend his time observing Tayal. Tayal was once again left alone inside the room. The room had returned to the previous silence. Tayal once again was only looking forward with an empty gaze without saying anything. He suddenly looked at the cuffs on his hands, opened his mouth wide and bit off those cuffs. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Tomjima was ripping his hairs out, of course figuratively, in his office in the lower district. That was when Colbert came in. Tomjima immediately looked at him and said, "How was it?" Colbert looked at Tomejima's desperate face and lightly shook his head. "I did some investigation but nothing comes out. I couldn't find them nor reach them. They might as well be already dead." "Damn it again, huh?" Tomjima hung his head down again. There was slight desperation mixed in his extremely distressed face. "Calm down, is it really that bad? It's already 10 people, you know? We basically lost 10 credits worth of people. Just how much money do you think we're losing right now?" Colbert received a job from Tomjima to collect some debts. His targets were hunters and some ex-hunters. Since people like them tend to cause trouble, Tomjima asked Colbert, who was also a hunter, to collect their debts. But those people went missing now. Although to be more precise, Tomjima and Colbert had a good guess of where they went to. They most probably got killed in that battle between the Izant family and Horias the other day. Their bodies might as well be mixed in one of those countless dead bodies scattered in Izant family's base. Colbert lightly summed all the debts that those people had and frowned. Their debts don't even reach 1 billion though. You don't usually take in this kind of credits, you know? I really need money right now, no matter how small it is. I don't remember your company was in such a bad situation though. Tomejima's face twitched. I placed some bet in that battle, you know? Well, that's rather unfortunate then. Colbert understood the reason why Tomjima looked pretty down as he smiled wryly at him. Izant family and Horias squeezed a lot of money from the businesses under their leadership to fuel their fight. They also took a big loan from credit companies like Tomejima's company, promising that they would return that money with interest once they won their fight. They also promised other benefits once they took full control of the lower district after crushing the other side. That was how they half-threatened those companies to lend them money. Indeed, it would bring those companies a lot of money if either Izant family or Horias won the conflict between them. But with both sides almost equally strong, it was hard to predict which one would win. Not to mention, if they did not lend their money to the group that would win later, it would cause those companies a lot of trouble down the road, so they had no other choice but to place their bets in one of them. That was the kind of betting that they were doing. Because of that, some of the companies refused to place their bet. They chose to lend a small amount of money to both sides. Although they would lose some of their money when the fight ended, they could at least keep a good relationship with whichever side won that fight. Many companies took this approach, and Tomjima was one of them. Some of the people who decided to put their money on both sides had some connections with Viola. They were told by Viola to keep lending money to both sides to make sure that the conflict would turn into a large-scale battle. Thanks to that, both Horias and Izant family were able to put out a lot of powered suits during that battle. As Viola predicted, with that much money put in to fuel that battle, it indeed turned into a large-scale battle. Because of that, both gangs sustained heavy losses to the point that they might as well be already over. So, those who put their money on both sides lost a lot of money from that result. It could be said that they were also victims of Viola's doing. Colbert lightly cheered Tonjima up. Alright, it would also cause me trouble if your company goes bankrupt. I'll go and look for them again. But don't expect too much, okay? If we're lucky, we might at least find their dead bodies. Yeah, I'll be counting on you. And also, take anything that you can. Just to let you know though, it won't be free, alright? It depends on your result. Tonjima still had his head down as he lightly waved at Colbert. Colbert smiled wryly and left the room. Asterisk. Cheryl was sitting in one of the rooms in her gang. Viola was sitting in front of her. Although she was smiling, Cheryl looked slightly annoyed since she had no good impression of the person in front of her. Viola was slightly amused by it as she just smiled back and ignored it. It's good to know that you're doing well, so how's your wound? I already got it treated, so it's no problem at all. I see. Well then, we'll be in your care from now on. Likewise, I'll also be in your care, boss. Just like she had promised Akira, Viola came there to help out Cheryl's gang. Although she was basically taking command of the gang, she decided to work under Cheryl. That was why she called Cheryl boss. Although it was only on the surface, with this Cheryl had both Akira, who was a dangerous and volatile person, and Viola, who was a very bad person, under her thumb. Such a rumor had already spread around, which caused all the gangs around Cheryl's gang to focus on her gang. But of course Viola was the one who spread that rumor. Cheryl looked at Viola with a stern gaze. Let me warn you here though, Akira asked me to keep my eyes on you. He even told me that I'm allowed to kill you if I want to. And even if it's impossible for me, he told me to give him a reason to kill you and he would do it himself. So make sure not to try anything funny. Cheryl stated clearly that she could easily decide Viola's life or death. She also did that for the sake of venting her anger at Viola. If Viola looked a bit flustered after that, it would help Cheryl feel better. But that did not happen. You can just drop the honorific. We're going to work together for a long time after all, so just forget the honorifics. Viola smiled casually and said so. She then pushed a book-like object towards Cheryl. What is this? My job is to help this gang. So this is where I start. It's a list of your current resources and debts. Cheryl confusedly took the book and started reading it. I could have sent you the data that you can read with an information terminal, but I thought that you might get a better grasp of it if it's given in the form of papers like this. And don't worry, I'll also send you the data later. As Cheryl started to read and understand the contents of that book, her face started turning pale. You might think that's pretty bad, but that's already based on a pretty naive calculation, you know? After all, there's no interest and no deadline to pay it back. If you show it to one of those credit companies out there, I'm sure they'll laugh at you. The book contained a detailed list of reward money that Cheryl's gang should pay Akira for supporting her gang, guarding her shop, training Ario and the other children, saving Cheryl, and there were still a lot more favors that the gang had received from Akira. It showed how much Cheryl's gang owed Akira in simple terms of money. If they were to interpret it in a bad way, it could be said that the gang was in deep debt to Akira. I know that people used to say there's nothing more expensive than free stuff, but unfortunately, a lot of people out there misunderstand how much they owe other people because of that. So I translated that to money to remind you how much you owe Akira. I'm sure there are a lot of people in the gang who don't fully understand this. But of course that's not the case for you, right? I'm talking about other children here. Cheryl did her best to show a calm face as she mumbled the total number with a slightly trembling voice. 3,800,000,000 Orum, huh? The biggest debt came from when Akira rescued Cheryl the other day. It cost Cheryl 1 billion Orum. Cheryl did not have enough information there to decide whether that number was properly calculated or not. But just to warn you, you should refrain from messing with this gang. It'll only win you a straight ticket to the afterlife, you know? Oh my, I won't do something like that, right? Between Colbert's warning and Carol's seduction, most of the boys there took Carol's side. Carol smiled and Colbert sighed in exasperation. So then, Colbert, why are you here? I have a small request to ask of Cheryl's gang. Well, basically it has something to do with Viola. Colbert knew that Akira was behind Cheryl's gang. Although he did not want to get involved with Akira if it could be helped, he still came there to ask Cheryl's gang to do a job for him. It was simply because Viola told him to do so. Although Colbert was wary of Viola, he could not afford to just cut his ties with her. Carol understood that was just how bad her friend was as she smiled amusedly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Akira was riding his bike through the wasteland. He was heading to Kazusohara Ruin. He finally restarted his hunter activity after he finished all of his preparations. The bike was not a rental bike. Although Kazusohara Ruin was not an undiscovered ruin, it would be dangerous for him to go there with a rental bike since it would leave a record of his route in the rental bike. Akira bought that bike since Alpha suggested him to. It was a pretty big bike designed for hunters. It had 2 arms attached to its back that were connected to the bike's control device. Akira equipped those arms with his DVTS minigun and A4WM automatic grenade launcher. Its body armor was made of the same force field armor as his coat, and it was controlled by the bike's control device too. Just like usual, Alpha had full control of that control device. Akira happily rode his new bike while pacing it through the wasteland, but a question suddenly came up in his mind. Alpha, though it might be way too late for me to ask this, was it really important for me to spend that much money on this bike? Yup. So stop questioning it already, okay? There are many places in the inner part of Kazusohara Ruin where you can't take your vehicle. You know? So it's better to go there by bike, although it's indeed a rather expensive bike for your current budget. Akira exhausted almost all of his money to buy that bike. He even had to use his emergency savings for that too. Thanks to that, forget his augmented suit repair cartridge. He might not even be able to pay his next month's rent. He did hesitate at first, but since Alpha said that it would be dangerous to go with his vehicle, he ended up buying that bike. The last time I had this little money was at that time when I went to look for relics to be able to pay for the next day's room rent. Huh? I need to make sure to go back home with relics this time. It'll be alright, right? Akira glanced at Alpha, who was floating next to the running bike. She smiled confidently and said, "Of course, just leave it to me." Rebuild World Chapter 169 Tsubaki. After Akira arrived near Kazusohara Ruin, he followed Alpha's instruction to take a particular route. He paced his bike around the outskirts of the ruin as if to circle the whole ruin. "Alpha, why are we not going into the ruin? If we go into the ruin, we'll have to go near the temporary front base. It's not like we can use that wide road made for sending supplies into the deeper part of the ruin. But isn't it easier if we just go through that road? Since it's a properly built road." Alpha's expression was saying, "You didn't get it, didn't you?" as she shook her head. "If you go through there, it'll definitely gather a lot of attention. You know? A young and not so strong-looking hunter going back home with a lot of expensive relics. A rumor like that would definitely spread around if we do that." Akira slightly frowned. "I'm no longer the old me. After all, my current equipment cost me 500 million orum, so are they really going to still look at me as a young weak hunter? Indeed, the current you have way better equipment compared to the past you, but judging from the relative danger of the places that you're frequenting, you still look like a young boy coming into dangerous places that don't suit your current skill. Of course, if you say that you can fight those big monsters guarding old world facilities without my help, that would change my mind." Alpha said so with a challenging smile. Akira lightly frowned. "That would be a no." Akira looked a bit depressed. Alpha smiled at him as if to cheer him up while also approving of his reply. He smiled bitterly in reaction to that as he paced his bike faster. Not too long after that, once he had put enough distance between him and the temporary front base, Akira went into the ruin. The ruin was filled with half-destroyed buildings, of course. Most of the roads there were not maintained. It was not rare to find some of them semi-blocked or even fully closed by rubbles. There were only limited roads that hunters could pass through, and that was if they were bringing vehicles designed for the harsh condition of the wasteland. Akira was able to navigate through those difficult roads relatively fast thanks to the expensive bike that he bought in Alpha's advanced calculation ability. Though its wheels bounced a few times against the hard rubble, its body was mostly undamaged. Akira saw a huge pile of rubble blocking his way to the direction that Alpha was instructing him to go, so he was going to take a detour around it. But Alpha controlled Akira's augmented suit and prevented him from doing that. Alpha? The way forward is blocked, you know? It's fine. It's fine. Alpha took control of the bike and accelerated right into that pile of rubble. Akira was slightly thrown off balance by the sudden acceleration, but he flusteredly returned to his posture. It would take too much time evading all the blocking rubbles. Since you got yourself an expensive bike, let's make the best use of it. Wait for a sec. There's no way we can just charge through that pile of rubble. The pile blocking Akira's way forward was at least 8 meters high. Its slope was sharp enough to make it unscalable. As Akira was still flustered, his bike did not stop accelerating. At this rate, if he kept going forward, he would collide right into the rubble, and with that speed, not only his bike, it might as well danger his life too. But Alpha ignored him and kept on accelerating the bike. Akira, who felt that his life was in danger, unconsciously used time compression. The scene in front of him slid past him at a slower pace. Then suddenly the direction of the sliding scenery in front of him changed. Alpha changed the direction of the bike at the same time. She used small rubble on the ground to propel the bike to the sky and to the big building to its right. Akira was so surprised as he was lifted off the ground together with his bike. Alpha forcefully readjusted the bike's posture in the middle of the air. It then landed on the side of the big building without losing balance at all. Thanks to the bike's exceptional shock absorption device, its tires were able to land on the building's wall just fine. Alpha was still in control of the bike as she paced the bike across the building's wall. Akira was so surprised that he was barely able to do anything there. It went up until it was higher than the rubble blocking the way before it once again changed direction, went straight across the building wall while maintaining its height, and past the rubble blocking his way before heading down to the ground. As Akira frowned seeing the ground coming closer and closer to his face, the bike bounced again and left the wall. It then readjusted its posture in midair again, and landed its 2 wheels safely on the ground. Once again, thanks to its exceptional shock absorption system, it was able to land on the ground barely sending any shock to Akira's body. The bike then just went straight without slowing down. It took some time before Akira returned back to reality, and looked at Alpha's confident smile. Aren't you glad that you got yourself a bike instead of a vehicle? After all, it would be hard to get past that rubble with a vehicle. You have a point there. Akira smiled bitterly. All the complaints that he had in his mind were erased. After all, he did not have to take a detour around that pile of rubble, and was already used to doing reckless things like that. And more than anything, he actually pretty much enjoyed that. Want to try doing that yourself on our way back? Thanks for the offer, but no. If I do that myself, I feel like I would crash into the wall instead. Well, that's kind of true. But it would be really convenient once you can do it yourself, you know? Should I train you to do that? If it's really something that I need to learn in order to finish that request of yours, then sure. Or is that there are places that I can't go to unless I learn that trick? That's a secret for now. I see. Akira felt a bit scared that Alpha did not say no. But since she offered to train him to do that, it meant that it was possible for him to learn that maneuver. And when he imagined himself doing that trick on his own, he could not help but get a bit excited. After that, Akira kept going deeper into the ruin following Alpha's instruction. He was able to go through small roads that would have been hard to go through with a vehicle thanks to his high-performance bike. Because he was able to force his way through rubbles that he would have usually gone around, he was able to arrive at the inner part of the ruin relatively quicker. Once Akira arrived in the inner part of the ruin, he stopped his bike and looked at the scenery. Once he scanned the area around him, he then made a serious face and said, "Alpha, this place. This is the inner part of Kazusuhara ruin. Although it's not the deepest part yet, At least we're no longer in the outer part of the ruin. Akira could see the place where he had given up the first time he came to that ruin. The ground was properly paved, there was no crack at all. He could not find any crumbling buildings either. It was a completely different scenery compared to the outer side of the ruin where it was filled with half-destroyed buildings. He felt a bit intimidated by the scene in front of him. The area was completely silent as if it was shrouded in a thick colorless mist, but his vision was not blurry at all. He could see clearly the scenery in front of him, which should have been blurred if there was a colorless mist. Akira looked over the city in front of him and felt something was weird about it, as if it was devoid of any sign of people. Compared to the outer part of the ruin where there was still some leftover of human civilization, the inner part of the ruin felt so unnaturally empty. Alpha, is it really okay for us to just go straight deeper into the ruin like this? This is one of those, right? The areas that are still properly maintained by the old world drones, right? Yep, that's exactly why it's very clean. So in short, those security drones are also roaming around this place, right? It's not like I would get shot the moment I enter the city, right? Well, regarding that, it would be fine if you just follow my instructions. That's why make sure not to ignore my instruction like before. Okay? Alpha had a rather deep sarcastic smile when she said that. Akira remembered the time when he got attacked by a huge monster when he ignored Alpha's instruction, and smiled bitterly. Roger that, let's go then. Akira once again paced his bike forward, and went straight into the city that gave off an unsettling feeling. An old-world city that still maintained its condition. Normally, anyone would get killed the moment they stepped into that city. But that did not happen. The thing besides Akira was preventing that from happening. Alpha had the ability to prevent that from happening. As he thought that it must be because Alpha was doing something there, it helped him from being overly cautious. It was true that it was thanks to Alpha. But in reality, it was completely different from what he guessed. Akira looked around with full interest. The area around him was properly maintained. It was as if he was brought back to the old world era. But with no human presence anywhere. It was unsettlingly calm and silent. The road was wide and nothing was blocking the road, though there were also no other vehicles or bikes other than Akira's bike. But even so, he followed Alpha's instruction not to pace his bike too fast. Compared to when he was outside the city, he was going rather slowly. Alpha, why do we have to go this slowly? We're making sure not to go past the speed limit of this road. You see. Speed limit? Does that kind of thing exist in the old world ruin? Yup, so we have to properly obey it. Alpha was speaking as if to calm down a small boy. Akira seemed to be not fully convinced by that. There's no one else other than me here though. Do I still need to obey the speed limit? That's just how law and rule work, you see. Is that so? I see then. Akira hummed, seeing that. Alpha smiled bitterly at him and said, if you can't accept it no matter what, just simply keep in mind that the security drones will swarm you if you break the rule. And if you force your way through them, they'll call even bigger and stronger security robots to stop you. What he had in mind when he asked Alpha that question was to break into one of those shops, fill his rucksack with any expensive relics that he could find, and escape the building while fighting back the security drones before finally getting away from that place on his bike. He did not expect to have to pay anything with his money. I understand what you want to say, but that would be too dangerous. The only way to get out from this place with those relics is to bring along the city defense squad, render the security drones temporarily disabled, and get out from this place while they are still disabled. And of course, the ensuing battle would leave this place half destroyed. You need enough firepower to turn this place like the outskirts of this ruin. Have you forgotten the reason why we have to obey the speed limit? Akira frowned slightly. Well, you have a point there, but if I can't do that, then why are we here? It's not like I came here risking my life just for sightseeing, you know? My only choice would be to look for a place with relatively weak security to break in, right? Isn't that why we're just roaming around the area? That line of thinking is not wrong, but it's better to break into a place where it's unlikely to turn into a fight, right? Just leave that to me. You did say that you're leaving that kind of thing to me too, remember? Alpha smiled and sent a rather strong gaze than usual to Akira. Akira, who noticed that, decided to stop saying anything unnecessary. All right. Although I don't know what's your plan here, I can't afford to go back without anything. So I expect to get some relics to bring back. Okay? Of course, just leave it to me. You just need to make sure to follow my instructions. Don't just go ahead and shoot even if you spot a mechanical monster, okay? Wait, so they're actually really here, huh? They won't cause you any trouble as long as you follow my instructions. Akira frowned. His expression was a mix of worry and expectation, but Alpha only smiled back at him with her usual smile. Even after that, they were still only driving around the area for some time. Akira then noticed something strange in front of him and squinted his eyes. He could see a tall building in front of him, and there was a vertical road on the side of that building. When Akira thought that the old world ruin was indeed a place filled with strange things, his bike suddenly accelerated. Akira raised his eyebrows in surprise. Alpha, wait, are we going to climb the side of a building again? I don't think we can do it for that road though. Don't worry. Not to mention you ran down on the side of a building not too long ago, remember? We'll do that again, but with a bike this time. The bike accelerated even more. It then went to the curved part of the road that was connecting the road on the ground and the side of that building and went straight up, scaling the side of that building. Akira looked down past his feet and into the wall of the building and frowned. He already climbed pretty high up and his bike also started slowing down. If he fell down now, it would be simply disastrous. Is it that the old world roads even have a feature that allows people to drive vertically? Not in this road here. This one is basically just a simple wall. Just a wall? And I'm scaling a normal wall. As Akira was dumbfounded, the bike slowed down even more. At this rate, he would be falling down with his bike. As he thought so, he immediately grabbed his bike's handlebar and raised its power. But the bike kept slowing down, and once it reached a certain speed, it stopped slowing down and continued climbing at a constant speed. Alpha smiled amusedly at Akira, who was still in a panic. Although the wall doesn't have that feature, the bike has the feature to prevent you from falling over. Or to be more precise, it has the feature to stick its wheels on the surface that it's running in order to prevent losing control of the bike when you're driving through uneven ground. Since its wheels are sticking on the surface, you won't fall that easily. Compared to the last time you were running on a building's wall, this time it's way safer, isn't it? Akira sighed in relief, but he immediately pouted soon after. Didn't I always tell you to at least let me know before doing something like this? Just think of it as a training for you to keep calm at a time of emergency, or when facing an unexpected turn of events. Alpha said so while smiling. Her expression then suddenly turned rather serious as she pointed her finger. Let me warn you about one thing. Don't shoot at it and don't show any hostility. Akira looked at Alpha's expression and frowned. He then looked forward in the direction that she was pointing at and noticed that a portion of the towering side of the building was distorted. As he put up his guard, the distorted part of the building revealed a mechanical monster. That monster was disengaging its camouflaging device. That gigantic mechanical monster had multiple legs with wheels equipped on the tip of its legs. It approached Akira and then started climbing the wall beside Akira. Its side camera revolved and was fixed at Akira. Other similar monsters appeared and did the same thing too. Alpha lightly waved at that drone. The drone looked toward Alpha, who pointed her finger, and an insignia appeared floating on the tip of her finger. All the drones there immediately focused their cameras on that insignia. A few seconds afterwards, all of those drones looked away as if they just lost interest in Akira and Alpha. They then broke up into two groups. One group went up the building while the rest went down the building. On their way, they reactivated their camouflaging device and vanished from Akira's views. Akira lightly sighed and lowered his guard. He then sent an annoyed look at Alpha. As I thought, they're actually there, huh? Alpha smiled amusedly. I didn't say they were not. Moreover, just like I said, it's not a problem as long as you follow my orders, right? Akira sighed once more before shifting his gaze forward. He continued climbing the wall with his bike. The road eventually led to an entrance on the side of that wall. After Akira went through another slope, his posture was back to normal and he felt slightly relieved. But he immediately spotted something that he did not expect and was astonished. A girl in a black old-world dress was standing there. In contrast to Akira, she did not look surprised at all, as if she had been waiting for him. She had a beautiful appearance, but she looked at Akira with a businesslike, expressionless face. At least, she did not look welcoming at all. She then spoke in a businesslike tone to Akira, who had already stopped his bike. Welcome to the Tsubakihara building. I'm the manager of this building, Tsubaki. Akira looked at Tsubaki with a surprised face. Alpha, is that one of those projected hologram image thingies? Nope, she has a real body. Though I don't know if it's an automaton or a remotely controlled humanoid robotic body. Normally, automata are used for an external interface, but in my case, my personality is also downloaded over to this body to allow me to be seen through local connection too. So normally, you should be able to recognize me through your information gathering device too. But since your information gathering device has been completely rewritten, I came with this body just to be safe. Tsubaki was obviously looking at Alpha. Akira was surprised by that as he looked at Alpha and Tsubaki alternately. Alpha, not only she can see you, she can even talk to you too. Huh. But she can't hear telepathic communication between you and me. Though that doesn't seem to be the case for the telepathic communication from me to you. She can see me through the network, but locally she can only see you. But still, to think that she would come all the way here to welcome us, I wonder if she doesn't have anything else better to do. Alpha somehow looked rather displeased. But Tsubaki did not seem to be bothered by that at all. It's a precaution so that I won't get even busier later. I'll guide you in. Over here, please. Tsubaki turned around and went into the building. Akira was still a bit surprised as he just stood there. Akira, let's go. Alright. Akira returned back to himself after Alpha reminded him. He then slowly drove through a tunnel that went straight into the building with his bike. Although Akira was not wearing anything on his head and the sunlight was far away from his reach, he was clearly able to see the interior of the building as if it was under broad daylight. There were multiple multi-legged security drones from before roaming on the walls and the ceilings of that building. Some of them were not moving as they were loading something, while some of them were moving around at a rather high speed. Just like the drones that Akira encountered on his way, all of them had already disengaged their camouflaging devices. These drones went past Tsubaki, who was guiding Akira, and also went past Akira without doing anything. But even so, Akira could not help but feel nervous. These drones did not slow down at all as they passed next to him while carrying heavy materials. It was understandable for him to get scared there. Not too long afterwards, Tsubaki stopped, turned around and pointed at the wall on her right. There was a ginormous, imposing-looking door. The door silently opened up. Behind that thick metallic door was a room that looked like a warehouse. It's over there. Please leave as soon as you're done with your business here. Akira carefully looked left and right so as not to get crushed under the passing transport drones as he went into that room on his bike. Rebuild World Chapter 170, Expired Articles. Tsubaki guided Akira and Alpha into a room that looked like a warehouse. It was a pretty wide room with a tall ceiling. There were organized shelves lined inside, and each of those shelves housed old-world relics. Akira was a bit overwhelmed by the scene when he peeked from the entrance. A normal hunter would go crazy in that situation, but for him, it took some time to process the scene in front of him. He was more troubled than happy. Akira stepped off from his bike and just stood there. So Alpha smiled at him and told him to start working. Well, she did tell us to get out of here as soon as we finish, so let's get this done fast. Alpha, can you give me explanations of what is going on here? I'll explain it to you while you're working. It would be bad if we don't leave this place before that girl's mood gets worse. All right. Akira started his work. He took out a rucksack from his bike and pulled out more rucksacks from within the previous one. That girl is the manager AI of this Tsubakihara building. Although I said she's the manager of this building, she's also managing the area around this building. The well-maintained state of the area around this building is mostly thanks to her. Although it's not like she did everything herself, you can just think of her as someone who is responsible for maintaining this area. There were all kinds of relics on the shelves. It was impossible for Akira to carry all of them back home. So he was looking around the room to choose only the most expensive-looking relics. Remember that we were just driving around this area since we came to this city, right? It's just as you guessed, I was looking for a building with not too strict security. I was planning to choose a building with a lowered security system, due to the time deterioration to look for relics there. But unfortunately in the end, I couldn't find a good place at all. There were cases made of transparent-looking material that looked like glass or plastic. The height of the case itself was only about 4 centimeters. Inside it, there were spherical objects that seemed to be made of rubber or metal, while other cases had cubes or triangles or even powders inside them. Alpha said that they were basically some kind of old-world information terminals, so Akira prioritized those objects to stuff into his rucksacks. I did consider robbing a place with relatively lower security, but as I thought, it's too dangerous. Although I don't think they'll use full force just to fight a single person, I have no idea how much force they would bring out. With that being said, it's not like we can go back empty-handed. That's why I made a change in the plan. There were also fabrics stored on some shelves. Some of them looked like working attires or some kind of uniforms, and of course all of them had an old-world design. There were also other articles that looked like something that Akira could find in the current era's shops. All of those articles, including the clothing, were stuffed inside boxes. So then I made a deal with that girl to let us take the expired articles. In exchange for that, we have to leave this place as soon as we're done with it. Although I said it so casually, it's the result of a difficult negotiation. If the amount of information that we exchanged is written in words, it might take about 100 years. Being able to make that kind of deal is one of the great things about my support, you know? Of course, normally it would be impossible to do that without me. Remember when you tried to talk with the AI manager of the Saranthal building? That time she did not even respond to you, right? That's what normally would happen without my support. There was also some lady underwear among the clothing articles. Although he hesitated, since they fetched a relatively high price for the amount of fabric that they had, Akira told himself that it would be the perfect relics to bring back in that situation where he only had a limited amount of space to spare and decided to take them too. She came by herself to pick us up because I was able to get us that deal. She said that she would only let us in if we can reach this place by ourselves, but it was no problem at all thanks to your bike. Aren't you glad to have bought that bike? Akira also found some underwear for men. Since he thought that he could use them later, he decided to take the whole box with him. After all, he kept changing between them quickly since they got soaked with blood in no time. Some of the underwear that he found were even made of strong enough fabric to even be used as armor. But personally speaking, as long as he could wash them and reuse them again instead of just throwing them away, it was more than enough for him. By the way, it seems that this warehouse is actually for obsolete articles. So all of the items here are basically trash. Akira's hand stopped the moment he heard that, and he inadvertently looked at Alpha. Trash. Yup. Akira once again took a good look around. There were many shelves around him. All of them were filled with relics that were still in good condition. So all of these relics, they're all expired articles? All of them? And since they're trash, they'll be just thrown away, right? Yep, that's exactly why she allowed us to take them for free. So let's take as much as we can. Although Akira was surprised, he also looked slightly conflicted. If one of these relics was found in the slum city, it would definitely cause a fight where people would get killed. And here, all of them were basically trash to be thrown away later. He could not help but find it really shocking. What a huge waste. All of these relics are basically in very good condition, and I feel like they'll fetch me way more money than those relics that I got in Yanazuka Station Ruin. To me, they don't look like trash at all, you know? Although they're expired articles, it's not like they're broken or anything. Some of them have simply expired because of the change of season. Or they are just articles that simply get replaced after a fixed amount of time. These articles are basically registered as expired articles in the system, although they're not broken or faulty. Since no one would buy them and no one would use them, they were built and then showcased for sale, and later collected for disposal. This cycle has been going on forever. Alpha said so in such a casual manner. But Akira felt an indescribable feeling. A mix of suspicion and something close to loneliness. He then said with a serious expression. Why are they doing that? Well, even if you ask me so, there are actually various reasons why they're doing that. The core system which manages this place doesn't question that at all, although it might look meaningless to normal people. That's why they never stop doing it. That's also the case for most of the manager AIs too. That's why they don't try to stop that system. Even if there are some AIs with better intelligence that question the system, unless they have the right to change the system, they would not be able to stop that cycle either. Is that so? Yep, well, but of course there are exceptions. If some AIs prioritize individual opinion above rules, they might decide to ignore the rule and apply some changes. For example, some of them might adapt to be able to trade with the people of the current era. These AIs might be the reason why some of the big companies can trade with them using Chrome. It's even possible for some of these AIs to adapt to trade with the people of the current era using the money for the current era too. You know? Some of them might as well already be secretly mixed among the rank of the corporate government. Akira listened with full interest. What can I say? It's really something. Alpha smiled amusedly. Well, if we're talking about possibilities, that's just how it is. And also don't stop there, keep moving your hands. She did tell us to leave as soon as possible, so we need to hurry up. Akira flusteredly returned to gathering relics again. Once he was done, Akira looked at his bike with relics piled on top of it and murmured. The rucksacks that he used were those that could slightly expand their volumes, and Akira had filled all of those rucksacks with relics before putting them on his bike. He also stuffed the backside of his coat with the smaller relics. But even so, he actually still had some spaces to spare. Alpha. I feel like we can still carry some more relics though. Nope, this is as much as you can carry. But like, I can still put in some relics there, right? If you carry more relics, you'll just drop them on our way back. Not to mention, they would prevent you from moving freely during a fight. So just give it up, okay? Akira slightly frowned, displeased, but he then shook his head and got on his bike. You're right, it would be stupid to be greedy here just to get myself killed later. Alpha smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, I think you're already greedy enough here though. There's no guarantee you'll be able to save all of these relics in case we encounter some monsters on our way back home. You know? So just keep that in mind. I'll be counting on you to find a safe route, so that we won't have to go through that. Alpha smiled mischievously at Akira. Of course I'll do that without you asking me. But it will still depend on your luck, you see. Let's just hope that you don't run out of luck after we got here safely and collected all of these relics without any trouble. Akira smiled bitterly and slowly accelerated his bike. When Akira exited the warehouse, Tsubaki was standing close by waiting for him. There was no smile on her face. She just looked at Akira with a businesslike and flat expression. Akira felt awkward. Although he was already used to having people looking at him with contempt, Tsubaki's cold gaze was an unfriendly gaze for a robber, who was not even trying to be discreet about it while she could not do anything against it. Akira inadvertently bowed lightly to Tsubaki. I'll excuse myself then. Be careful on your way back. Yes, of course. As Akira was about to awkwardly walk past Tsubaki, she suddenly said, May I ask you one thing? Sure, what is it? It seems that you're using all of your bandwidth for a single connection. Are you really okay with that? Akira tilted his head. He could not understand the meaning of that question, but Alpha suddenly interjected while still smiling like usual. It's fine. It's in order to maintain my full support for him for the sake of his safety. So it'll be fine, or more like, can you just mind your own business? Alpha and Tsubaki stared at each other. There was no friendliness between them. Akira, let's go. Okay. Alpha accelerated his bike before he could. Akira was a bit surprised, but he could immediately regain his balance. Tsubaki kept watching Akira as he left the building, until he eventually vanished from her view. Akira was on his bike as he drove down the wall of the Tsubakihara building at a relatively high speed. He could not help but frown as he watched the ground coming closer and closer to his face. Alpha, aren't we going too fast? I did ask you to drive safely, didn't I? It's far safer than getting the tire stuck on something since its sticky feature would activate if we're too slow, and that might trip the bike. This is the safest option. The ground is not too far below, so just hang on tight for a bit longer. I have to say there's something wrong with your standard of driving safely. Akira smiled wryly. All the questions and doubts inside his mind were erased. The bike's wheels kept in close contact with the building's wall until the bike went past the curved slope that connected the wall and ground. Once the bike was on the ground again, it slowed down under the speed limit and kept going at that stable speed. Now that Akira had calmed down since he was able to safely reach the ground again, the question that he decided to just forget came back up again. Say, Alpha, what was she talking about when Tsubaki said something about bandwidth? Oh, are you curious? Yeah, a bit. In order to maintain her friendly relation with Akira, Alpha was actively discouraging him from asking questions about particular subjects. But of course, that did not mean Akira's curiosity about those subjects was completely gone. He used Tsubaki's question as an excuse since it was a question from a third party about the subject that Alpha had told him not to ask. Alpha looked at Akira and decided that telling him not to ask that question might be a bad move there. So she casually smiled and said, "You are someone who can connect to the Old World domain, and you're using that connection to download information from the Old World network. My image and my voice are both conveyed to you through the network. But the amount and the speed of information transfer through the network are not unlimited. And at the moment, all of your connection capacity is allocated for transferring information with me. That's why she said that back then." Is that something bad? Not at all. It's no problem at all. After all, I need enough bandwidth to maintain the support that I can give you. Moreover, if I take most of your bandwidth, you can maintain a high-speed connection even when you apply an information filter for the sake of your safety. Like that one, remember when you met a maid girl that I couldn't see in Higuraka Residence Ruin? In the worst-case scenario, that could have killed you, It was because I'm putting a filter in your connection that you were safe. That's why it's not something for you to worry about. Well, that does sound like it's no problem at all, but then why did Tsubaki say that? I bet it's a matter of individual opinion. You do know that I can control your body by controlling your augmented suit, right? Like how some people hate that, there might be people who don't want their bandwidth to be used for just one connection. It's the same for the connection filter too. I think she was talking about that. Is that all? Though Akira understood from Alpha's explanation, he did not feel like that was enough of a reason for Alpha to interject as she did back then. When he said that, Alpha smiled faintly at him and said, "This might be just a guess from me, so it's not like I want to say anything bad about her. But if I may add something, she might want you to open some bandwidth that she can use to connect with you." Why? If she can connect with you, she'll be able to talk through telepathy with you too. That way, she would be able to make a deal with you without telling me. The reason why I interjected is simply to avoid that. To put it simply, it was so that you won't cheat on me. Alpha said so and smiled mischievously at Akira, who winced back when he saw her expression. See, cheat, huh? Alpha came closer to Akira's face and smiled amusedly. I trust that you would say no even if she offers you 10 billion chrome and performs other services for you to just forget the request from this girl whom you can't even touch. But it still doesn't feel right to me, even more so when you do that in secret. Alpha came so close to Akira that if she had a body, he would be able to feel her body heat from that distance. So Akira inadvertently pulled his face back. He then smiled bitterly and said, "Don't worry. I'll still prioritize your request. After all, I already owe you a lot until now. I have no plans to just ignore that." Is that so? Thank you. I'm really happy to hear that. Alpha smiled as if she was really happy. She then returned back to her usual posture. Akira tried to calm himself down as he shifted his eyes forward. He then thought, does this mean that Alpha still hasn't fully trusted me yet? Well, I did ignore her warning and went to raid a big gang's base. I even almost got myself killed fighting in a battle that I could have avoided. So I guess that's to be expected, huh? I guess I have no other choice but to properly do my hunter job, get better equipment, give my best in my training, and regain some of her trust. Akira said so as he made his resolve and decided to stop worrying about it for now. He was actually being tricked there. Although Alpha did not lie, she also did not tell everything to him. As Akira kept his connection bandwidth solely for Alpha, it was slowly turned to suit Alpha's connection. Although at the moment most of Akira's bandwidth was still general-purpose bandwidth, it was only a matter of time before all of them were modified for Alpha's special use. Alpha did not say anything about that to Akira. In the first place, Akira was the one who gave Alpha permission to modify his bandwidth. Of course, he did not know that himself when he did that. It took a lot of power to change a contract that had been signed, and Akira did not have such power at the moment. No one could tell for sure whether he would ever get the power to do so before he could accomplish Alpha's request, or even if that kind of power existed in this world in the first place. Once they left the area maintained by Tsubaki, the scene returned back to an abandoned city with rubbles and half-destroyed buildings scattered everywhere. Akira lightly sighed and felt slightly relieved when he saw that. It might be weird to say, but I feel much calmer in this place, although, technically speaking, it's still in the inner part of the ruin. Well, the inner part of the ruin actually extended over a wide area after all, and it's not like there's any clear indicator that separates the inner and the outskirt of the ruin. But if we say that the area further in than the forward base is an area where monsters which normal hunters can't handle roam around, I guess it's safe to say that this is already the inner part of the ruin. Though I'm sure it would change when the forward base finishes building a road to go further into the ruin though. Akira then hummed. And they're already in the middle of building that road, right? If I'm not mistaken, Elena-san and Sarah-san are working on a request related to that. If things are going smoothly, that road will eventually go all the way to an area like the one with the Tsubakihara building, right? Won't that be dangerous? Akira thought that if the road extended that far, those powerful big drones with camouflaging devices might backtrack that road all the way to the forward base, and that would be disastrous. In the worst-case scenario, forget the forward base, those monsters might even come all the way to Kagomayama City. I'm sure the city management has also thought about it too. I'm sure they'll do something like dispatching the city defense squad or calling back those hunters who are originally working in much more dangerous places. I'm sure you'll get called for that too sooner or later. And I'll say no to it. This time I won't be taking any requests from the city management ever again. Akira looked extremely displeased. Alpha, who saw that, only smiled at him mischievously. Akira had no plans to be sent to the hospital again after all. Alpha's expression then changed to a serious one at the same time. She augmented Akira's views. Akira, we have company. Roger that. Well, in the first place, I didn't expect to get back home without encountering any monsters after all. Akira casually said so as he switched his mind to battle state. He let go one of his hands from the handle and reached for his CWH anti-material rifle. That was when Akira's relaxed face turned stern. Akira could see multiple signals from the monsters chasing him from behind in his augmented vision. At first, when Alpha warned him, it was only one signal, but it immediately went to 4, then to 8, and now it was already 20. Aren't there too many of them? They're a swarm of weapon dogs. But I don't know if it's a huge swarm, or if it's an amalgamation of multiple swarms. Akira remembered his past experience the moment he heard the word weapon dog. They were monsters that he could not fight against back then when he went into Kazusuhara Ruin with nothing but a pistol. Even the one that he was barely able to defeat was the one that was faulty. But he was no longer the same from back then. He had more firepower now, a better augmented suit, and more support from Alpha. The current him should be able to take care of that swarm just fine. He thought that it was a good chance to confirm how much he had grown since then as he looked at the first weapon dog. But he frowned when he saw that weapon dog. Isn't that weapon dog bigger than usual? They originate from the area near the inner part of the ruin after all. They're basically different to their smaller siblings that you can find roaming around the outskirt of the ruin. Akira thought that those weapon dogs would only be equipped with some big guns that normally won't be used to fight people. But the weapon dogs in front of him had cannons, mortars, rocket launchers, heavy machine guns, and big bodies powerful enough to support all of those guns. Akira will be running away as fast as we can. I'll take full control of the bike, so you just try to shoot their heads. And also make sure to hold on, it might get a little rocky." "Roger that." Akira aimed his rifle behind. At the same time, the bike's arms also started to move too. The A4WM automatic grenade launcher and DVTS minigun fixed on the ends of those arms were properly aimed at the incoming weapon dogs. Akira focused his aim on one of the weapon dogs and pulled the trigger. The CWH anti-material rifle had enough power to even destroy a tank, while the grenades from the A4WM automatic grenade launcher had enough destructive power to destroy the rebels. As for the DVTS minigun, it could turn normal monsters into minced meat in no time. Those three guns started shooting at the same time. Sounds of explosions mixed in between the weapon dogs' howls. The cannons that could destroy a tank, the missiles that could destroy buildings, and heavy machine guns that could easily pierce a thick metal, all of those rifles on their backs started shooting at Akira. The lonely wasteland was swallowed with sounds of explosions and fire in a snap. Akira's bike blazed through the ruin. Alpha used her advanced computation skill to predict where those rain of warheads and incoming bullets would land and nimbly controlled the bike to slip through the openings between them. The explosions from Akira's A4WM automatic grenade launcher were slowing the monsters down while his DVTS minigun was shooting down the incoming missiles. The missiles that got shot veered from their original aims and hit the buildings, destroying them. Alpha nimbly maneuvered left and right through the falling rebels. When the road forward was blocked, she ran the bike on the walls of the building to get past those rebels. The weapon dogs ignored the rebels blocking their way forward, as they used their powerful body to break through those rebels. Akira did try to make some turns and use buildings to get away from the incoming bullets, but it did not seem like he was able to get away from the weapon dogs that were chasing him with a speed unsuitable for their sizes. Akira was aiming from a situation that was far from ideal. His aim swayed left and right following the bike's movement. Not to mention, sometimes it ran on the side of a building's wall too. In that chaotic situation, he only gathered his focus to its utmost level when he was about to take a shot. As he compressed his time perception to its limit, he carefully aimed his rifle inside a world that was almost completely frozen in time before pulling the trigger.